Sending this one out to my man Killer B. No doubt, indeed. Without weed, you know what I'm saying? That old real shit. There's a war going on outside, no man is safe from. You could run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walking with your head down, scared to look. You shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. They never around when the beef cooks in my part of town. It's similar to Vietnam. Now we all grown up and old and be on the cops' control. They better have the riot gear ready, trying to back me and get rock steady. By the Mac 1 double, I touch you and leave you with not much to go home with. My skin is thick, cause I'll be up in the mix of action. If I'm not at home, puffin' live, relaxing. New York got a nigga depressed, so I wear a slug proof underneath my guest. God bless my soul, before I put my foot down and begin to stroll into the drama I built. And all unfinished beef, you will soon be killed. Put us together, it's like mixing vodka and milk. I'm going out blasting, taking my enemies with me. And if not, they scarred so they will never forget me. Lord forgive me, the Hennessy got me not knowing how to act. I'm falling and I can't turn back. Or maybe it's the words from my man Killer Black that I can't say, so it's left an untold fact. Until my death, my goal's to stay alive. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive.
Yo, we live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive.
I'm trapped in between two worlds trying to get dough. You know when the dough get low, the Jews go. But never that. As long as fiends smoke crack, I'll be on the block hustling, counting my stacks. No doubt, watching my back and proceed with caution. 5-0 working, no time to get lost in. The system niggas using fake names to get out quick. My brother did it and got back with 2 ounces. I live with one with squads, hit the block hard. That's my man Twin when he got bagged. That fucked me up, God. But shit happens for a reason. You find out who's your true keepers when you're upstate bleeding. You can't find a shorty the truth your bed with you. Hit with a 2 to 4 is difficult. While on the streets I try to maintain. Tight with my Lucas hoes like to run game. Some niggas like to trick, but I ain't with that trickin' shit. I'm like a Jew, saving those so I can bit with, pushing a Lex. Now I'm set, ready to jet. No matter how much loot I get, I'm staying in the projects forever. Jakes on the blocks, we out clever. And beef, we never separate, grow together. When words come to words, my peoples come first. Try to react and get the motherfucker feeling served. My crew's all about blue. Fuck looking cute, I'm strictly 10 boots and army certified suits. Puffin' nails, laid back, enjoy the smell. In the bridge, getting down, it ain't hard to tell. You better realize.
We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. We live in this till the day that we die. Survival of the fit, only the strong survive. Strong survive.
Open your eyes and get wise. Look alive. 95, word up. Hypnotic thug life. Get that ass paralyzed. Know what I'm saying?
So, sorry, man, I was listening to this fucking Panisi thing about the hole where D. Simone and shit supposedly buried, where they found the 3 captains. I don't know. I don't know. So, what the fuck? Oh, dude. Antonio Brown. Well, then fucking
My
just
former high
continue
school,
playing this
Franklin
shit.
K. Lane. That chase ended
Let me
when
know
we
when
headed
someone
towards
comments.
Linden Boulevard. And back then, you were able to take 79th Street right into Lindenwood. Presently, it's a one-way street. So on that day, we We took that stolen car, drove it up 79th Street, went down into the hole, shut the lights off, and prayed that the cops that were following us didn't see us turn down there.
Yo, that's funny, dude. I was thinking about that shit today. We were at some party, and my boy had like an Oldsmobile coupe, and fucking, it was like a factory, and then they had this big fucking like mound of fucking whatever the fuck, and then a huge parking lot behind that. And yo, we were taking off because we saw the cops come. So this dude goes, cops are coming around this way. So we go around this way, and we're sitting there with the lights off, fucking creeping like a motherfucker. Shit, that was the first time, first experience running from the police in a vehicle. You know, we had 400 pounds of pot in the trunk, so we had to go away. You know.
They obviously didn't, because we wind up getting away. So on that day, the hole served its purpose for us. Aside from the fact that the hole was not up to par environmentally, people found the area had other potential, like, for instance, burying bodies. In May of 1981, as most people are aware, 3 banana captains were called to a meeting and killed. The 3 captains killed that day was Sonny Red and Delicato, Dominic Trinchera, and Philip Giacomo. According to former Banana underboss Sal Vitale, after the murders took place, the bodies were placed in a van and driven to a prearranged meeting spot on 164th Avenue in Howard Beach. The van was then handed over to Gambino members Gene Gotti, Angelo Ruggiero, and John Caniglia. They were in charge of disposing of the bodies. A few weeks later, on May 27, 1981, a 12-year-old boy was playing on Ruby Street in Hull, and he came across Sonny Red's remains, specifically his arm, which was wrapped in a yellow cloth, which apparently the boy tripped over. Naturally, law enforcement dug up the area, but it was only in Delicato's remains that were found. I'm not sure.
How the fuck did they miss 2 other bodies? I don't know. That was always, you know, I was always curious about that, how they found one person, not the other 2. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Damn, yo. We got 5 more. Oh, shit. That's right. All about that. Let's see. Let's get rid of. Which one are we getting rid of? Yeah.
The truth is there. That phone tells it all. I hope people realize that. That phone doesn't lie. So if people think that they're going to sit and be silent to protect us.
Yeah, sorry, man. My phone's fucking got a mind of its own. Mind of its own. You know, Fish always likes to fucking fuck with Jimmy and call him fucking the helmet and shit. Oh, god damn it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Does this work like this? No fucking way. Can I do that? Oh, I can. Oh, I can. I can add a fucking moving background. Oh, that's funny. I can add a moving fucking background. Oh, I'm doing that for sure. There's Fish going again, talking shit. Seems like that dude, all he does is talk shit. Told you, man. He uses bidet backwards, man. Shits out of his mouth and talks out of his ass. Okay. Money. Fucking weird. Please don't all comment at once, man. Having a hard time keeping up on it. Have to slow it down. Oh, wait. 5 minutes. Yeah. I don't know. I'd ask questions like if you guys got hit with a fucking shitload of snow like we did, but you know, it's sort of hard having a fucking one-way conversation. How is this? Okay, there's that. What's this? It's another intro. Oh, that's the weed one. That's that one. That's that one. Now, see, I didn't know we could do that with the fucking background. I wonder. Fuck. I can't think of. Hold on. I gotta see what I got on this computer or fucking thing. No, I don't want notifications. 25 drafts. Okay. Nope. Nope. Great. What? I might be able to do something with that. Actually, I'm gonna try this out. Sorry, man. I'm just playing around. Oh, what's up, fitness? Hands down. Let's see. Oh man, this is gonna be a game changer. Not really, but curious to see how this works. Oh, and file. Let's see. House. Sorry, Henson. I just figured that. I think I just figured out how to have a background that moves. So I'm experimenting a little bit. Um, shit. Alright. See if it's okay. Screenshot. Okay. Screw it, I'll just use this one. So what you been up to, man? How did you go pick up your camera yet? Nope, video's been too long. 1 minute is the maximum length for video backgrounds. Okay, 1 minute. Cool. Cool. Okay. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Not the slightest. All right, giraffes. There's fish there. All right. Let's just make one. So, yeah, just hanging out. I was in the mood to fucking kick fish in the nuts a few times, fucking, but I've been tired. Just haven't been in the mood. I fucking delayed. I delayed this show to take a nap. You know, dude. Gotta delete some of these. Delete. 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 Damn. 3 more. Try more. Delete. 2 fucking more. 2 more. One. All right. Save. Motherfucker in here. Yeah. No, I just took a nap fucking and got up a few minutes ago. Oh, that's bullshit. False advertisement at its best. Okay. Not too bad. Ooh. Damn, dude, 150 for a fucking box like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. I can just cut those. How many I can fit in here? 4, 3, center. Sorry. Just looking at parts and different shit for different things. For stuff I can actually make money on. Let's see if this works. Did I even download it? No, I did not. I ain't gonna come out here and ramble like nobody, so if you wanna hang out, hang out. You wanna chat, chat, or don't. See, I asked if I was getting any correspondence or anything. I'd say, what do you guys know about the Boston fucking Gardner Museum heist and shit? Because I think I'm gonna do something on that. Okay, I gotta delete. Delete. It's working, holy shit. Cool. I'm gonna put some different shit. I just want to see if it worked. Yeah, I'm picking up some fucking crazy tree. Shit's like white. It works. pool. I just threw some fucking stock ass pictures. Run the low. FaceTime. Generic. Okay, so it works. It works. Good shit. So 5 seconds, so 20 pictures. Dude, I think I already have these. I gotta delete a bunch of shit. Might as well. Sweet. Cherry white gelato. Yeah. Yo. I'll show you some fucking stank ass shit, dude. This is some fucking homegrown. This is some shit that I guess needs to cure a little bit more. It's still a little fucking but this is what I'm gonna be picking up. I don't think this is some shit that looks potent, son. Yeah, I gotta delete these. I thought I deleted all this shit. The fuck? Dude, way too much shit. Wait. Oh, apparently I already deleted it all. Son of a bitch, I did. Whatever. Redo that shit. But yeah, that's just like all fucking I guess is like, that diamond infused shit. And these are old. I need that one. I think that should be enough. Right? Yeah, it should be good. Anyways. Oh man, it's fucking weird. Fat Puppy's on some dirty clothes over there, David. Sorry. Fat Puppy's enjoying her dirty fucking laundry. You know, she fucking loves that shit. One, two, three, four, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so only 12. Right. Should be like 2 more, maybe. I need the top headlines. All right. So, anyways, now that I can figure that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Cool. See. Alright. How's it a minute 35? Delete. Delete. Yeah, that ain't gonna work either. It sucks, but anyways. Damn, you guys 6 people just hanging out, sitting. I didn't know you guys fucking you know, enjoyed fucking just looking. I didn't know I was so appealing just to look at. Delete. Still loading. Hold on, man. I figured I'd give Fish a chance to talk his shit. Now we know why he's so adamant about calling Jimmy the helmet. No, still isn't look good. Garbage. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Delete. Sorry, I have a better idea. Fuck. Yo, mad surveillance video. Fucking pics of fucking Gotti. Yeah. I don't know. I should probably just go stick with fucking all black and white. Mm. Damn, man, pictures of Sonny Francis, too. There we go. No, come back. Fuck. Right. Discard. Let's see how that works out. Okay, this is music.
Today's agenda, got the suitcase up in the central. Go to room 112, tell them Blanco sent you. Feeling strangers, if no money exchanges. I got these kids in ranges to leave them niggas brainless. All they told is stainless, you just remain as calm as possible. Make the deal go through. If not, here's 12 shots, we know how you do. Please make your killings clean. Slugs up in between. Eyes like true lies, kill them and flee the scene. Just bring back the coke or the cream. Or else, your life is on the shelf. We mean this, Frank. The cats we fucking with put bombs in your mom's gas tank. Let's get this money, baby. They shady, we get shady. Dress up like ladies and burn them in dirty 380s. Then they come to kill our babies. That's all out. I got cats that blow the wall out. Clear them all out. Fuck the fallout. Word to stretch, I bet they pussy. The 7 digits push me, fucking real. here's the deal. I got 100 bricks, 14.5 a piece. Enough to cop 6, buy the house on the beach. Supply the peeps with jeeps, brick a piece. Capiche? Everybody getting cream, no one considered the leech. Think about it now, that's damn near 1.5. I kill them all, I'll be set for life. Frank, pay attention, these motherfuckers is henchmen. Renegades, if you die, they still get paid. Extra probably, fuck a robbery. I'm the boss. Promise you won't rob them, I promise. But of course, you know I have my fingers crossed. Niggas bleed just like us. Picture me being scared of a nigga that breathes the same air as me. Niggas bleed just like us. Picture me being shook. We can both pull burners, make the motherfucking beef cook. Niggas bleed just like us. Picture a nigga hiding my life in that man's hands while he just decided. Niggas bleed just like us. I'd rather go toe to toe with all of y'all running in my protocol. Since it's on, I call my nigga Arizona Ron from Tucson. Push the black Yukon, usually had the slow grooves on. Mostly rock the Osley. Stupid as a youngin', chose not to move wisely. Sharper with game, him and his crooks called the jooks. Heard it was sweet, about 350 a piece. Ron bought a truck, 2 bricks laid in the cut. His peeps got bucked, got locked the fuck up. That's when Ron vanished. Came back, speaking Spanish, lavish habits, 2 rings, 20 carats, here's the criminal. Nigga made America's most, killed his baby mother brother, slit his throat. The nigga got back with the toast, weeded, took it to trial, beat it. Now we feel he undefeated, he mean it. Nothing to lose, tattooed around his gun wounds, everything to gain, embedded in his brain. And me, I feel the same, for this money you die. Especially if my daughter crying, I ain't lying, y'all know the signs. Bleed just like us, picture me being scared of a nigga that breathes the same air as me. Niggas bleed just like us, picture me being shook. We can both pull burners, make the motherfucking beef cook. Niggas bleed just like us, picture a nigga hiding my life in that man's hands while he just decided. Niggas bleed just like us, I'd rather go toe to toe with all of y'all running in my protocol. We agreed to go and shooting is silly because niggas could be hiding in showers with Mac Billy, so I freaked them. The telly manager was Puerto Rican, Gloria from Astoria. I went to war with her peeps in 91, stole a gun from my workers, and they took drugs, they tried to jerk us. We blazed, they blazed, long story. Glow seen my face, got shook, thought a nigga was coming for the safe. Now she breaking, shut up, 112, what's shaking? A Jamaican, some bitches I swear, they look gay in a black Range Rover, been outside all day. If it's trouble, let me know, I'll be on my way. Please, I got kids to feed. I done see you make niggas bleed. Nightmares this bitch don't need. Ron, get the gasoline, this spot, we bout to blow this. Get the cash before the cops and Range Rover cats know this. Room 112, right by the staircase, perfect place. When they evacuate, then you they fake. Ron, pass the gasoline, the nigga pass the kerosene. Fuck it, it's flammable, my hunger is unexplainable. Strike the match. Just what I expected, the dread kid ejected in seconds, and here come 2 opposite sectors, 1 black, 1 Malaysian. We in the hallway waiting patient. As soon as she hit the door, we start blasting. I saw her brains hit the floor. Ron laughing, I swear to God. I hit Maxie Priest at least 12 times in the chest. Spit the round, shot the chink in the breast. She crying, headshots put her to rest. Pop open no briefcases, nothing but Franklin faces. Spots, hot sprinklers, alarm system. That's when other guests start to slipping. It's time for us to get the dipping. I know them niggas in the ranges on their way up flipping. Pistol gripping, I know the clipping. The hallway got real loud and crowded. They walk right past us, I don't know how they allowed it. The funny thing about it, through all the excitement, they range got told they double parked by a hydrant. Stupid motherfucker. Today's agenda.
What can I say? Let me explain this to you.
Yo, I don't even want to fight with you, man. I lay you right where you stand. You can catch a few shells, one go right through your polo, man. Usually I'm dolo when I got a crazy team. Call Kiss to ride on you, watch for the laser beam. Shit, it's that OG flavor. Remind you of a corner bodega and that old E behavior. On point, but I ain't trying to scuffle with chunks. Long joints, got the culture power plus the double pump. Troublesome to anyone who stands in the way. I stand on a spread. Fuck if your man's in the way. Your girl want me cause I do it better than you. The whole world wants me, nigga. I'm a legend to you. Like LL, Rakim, Ice-T and them niggas. Like Cube, Snoop and Dre, I'ma be seeing them figures. It don't matter, you don't have to be liking me, man. Keep playing, you'll be laying there. Right where you stand.
Gun on my waist, knife in my hand. I keep telling you cowards, I'ma leave you there right where you stand. I don't wanna talk and I ain't trying to fight with your man. Trying to get it over quick, leave you right where you stand. Some say I'm trifling, sometimes I rightfully am, but I don't give a fuck. I'ma leave you right where you stand. You just mad, you'll never be as nice as I am. D-Block, Gangstar, leave you right where you stand. They wanna know why I invest all my money in the haze and in the dope. Cause right now I'm currently a slave for Interscope. Respect first, then money, basic shit. If you got niggas under pressure, you can take they shit. Listen, I'ma leave you right where you stand. Have the ambulance pass your Timberlands off right to your man. Cause he pussy, he ain't gonna do nothing but look. When it come to beef, he don't wanna do nothing but cook. As soon as the chrome scope him, right there, two in the dome smoking. Kiss keep funeral homes open. I fall back, smoke an ounce in the dark. Bounce on a preem track like I bounce on a knock. Keep playing, y'all niggas.
I have no idea what this song does.
Something to happen for niggas to learn. Let the 40 cal give them a perm. This industry is like bacteria and my flow is a germ. Just mad, you'll never be as nice as I am. J to the bar and I leave you right where you stand.
You gangsters, cosmetic, keep playing, you be laying there, right where you stand. My people from the hood stay on the grind.
D-Block, Gangstar, leave you right where you stand. What?
You gangsters, cosmetic. I see you got the fear of God in you. Will tear your heart in two. Too bad you didn't know what you got into. Yeah, the most righteous. So Malcolm got a close likeness. My name carry weight, decapitate most vipers. Hot rhyme spitter, dime hitter, case beater. Flow is angry like I'm in your face with heaters. Chasing beavers? Nah, I never have to do that. P.I. till I die and I just laugh at you cats.
I ain't gonna get struck for playing music. Play that shit on my headphones. Feel free to comment or not. I don't give a shit. Should be streaming this shit to Twitch. And yeah, I know I'm sucking ass right now, but give me a minute, give me a couple rounds. I have no idea what this thing does. Fucking what's up, puppy? Hey, who's your good girl? You always pick the worst times. Oh, you just coming to hang out with me? Cool. No.
Armed and dangerous, ain't too many can bang with us. Straight up, we no angel dust. Label us notorious. Thug ass niggas that love to bust. It's strange to us, y'all niggas be scrambling, gambling. I'm restaurants with mandolins and violins. We just sitting here trying to win, trying not to sin. High off weed and lots of gin. So much smoke, need oxygen. Steadily counting them Benjamins. Nigga, you should too, if you knew what this game would do to you. Been in this shit since 92. Look at all the bullshit I've been through. So-called beef with you know who. Fuck a few female stars or two. Then I'm blue like niggas blue like my shit. Not to be fucked with. Motherfuckers better duck quick. Cause me and my dogs love buck shit. Fuck the luck shit, stick the aim. No aspirations to take the game. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your gap, pull your clip, squeeze your clip, hit the right one. Pass that weed, I got to like one. All them niggas, I got to fight one. All them hoes, I got to like one. Our situation is tight one. What's gonna do? Fight or run?
I don't know if I like this.
I'ma tell you like a nigga told me. Everything around me, shit. Lyrically, niggas can't see me. Fuck it. Ride the coke, cook the coke, cut it. Know the bitch before you call yourself loving it. Nigga with a bench fucking it. Doesn't it seem all of you? Big come through with
Okay. Who's this thing?
Who killer? Me or you?
Yeah. Ah, fuck. Fuck. What you gonna do? Shit. fuck right now. Jesus. Fucking relentless. Sorry, pussies. The fuck was that guy? Stay the fuck away from outside. Where the fuck is that machine gun? Jesus, these two are just fucking over and running. Can I get a picture? The fuck? Oh, it's glitching. What the fuck was that? And this guy named Bomb Code? Damn. I've never seen that shit happen before. Still have no idea what that thing does. See if we can go for a record. Longest fucking stream without a comment. Listen to the rest of this shit.
I'm not sure why they didn't keep digging and look for the two other bodies. But when news of the discovery became known, again, according to Sal Vitale, his brother-in-law, Joe Messino, said that he was surprised the FBI didn't find Trinchera and Giacone's body too. In October 2004, following the tips of several informants, agents from the Bonanno Squad, along with the NYPD's Cold Case Squad, began to investigate the hole. The operation began on October 4, 2004, and would continue for the following 3 weeks. The team conducting the search had to pump water out of the hole just to continue their work. At some point, they came across the remains of the other two Bonanno captains. Giacone's remains were identified by a watch, and Trinchera's Citibank credit card, as well as other personal property, was found near his remains. On March 18, 1980, 12-year-old Frank Gotti, the youngest son of John Gotti, was accidentally hit by a car while riding on a mini bike.
That's to take out those
The unfortunate driver of that car was John Favara, who happened to be a neighbor of the Gotti family. Following the tragic event, the boy's mother and wife of John Gotti became enraged with Favara because he was blaming the boy for being in the street, coupled with the fact that he didn't wash his blood-spattered car for days after the accident. The Gotti family also claimed that Favara had been drinking at the time of the incident. Nevertheless, on June 28, 1980, John Favara disappeared. According to witnesses, he was grabbed outside of his job, beaten, and forced into a van by a group of large men. Testimony during the trial of Charles Caniglia stated that Caniglia dissolved Favara's body in a barrel of acid. One theory is that Favara's remains were buried somewhere in the hole. However, those remains have never been found. Many people know the name Tommy DeSimone from the movie Goodfellas, although he was referred to as Tommy DeVito, played by the actor Joe Pesci in the movie. Tommy DeSimone was a Lucchese associate who was with the Paul Vario crew. Vario, a Lucchese captain, ran the family's Brooklyn faction. Sometime during the second week of January 1979, Tommy DeSimone disappeared. The reason behind his disappearance was allegedly 2 unsanctioned hits involving 2 people associated to the Gambino family. DeSimone's body has never been found, but he's also said to have been buried in the hole. It's also believed DeSimone's brother-in-law, Joseph Spion, also a Lucchese associate, who was killed in early 1980, is buried in the hole as well. But his remains, like Tommy DeSimone, haven't been found either. In the summer of 1985, Vincent Gotti, the youngest Gotti brother, began dating a 25-year-old single mother named Robin Lynn Vituli. On the night of August 4th, 1985, Robin accompanied Vinny Gotti to the Kennedy Inn Lounge, which was located just outside JFK Airport in Queens. Inside the lounge, the couple ran into Vinny's older brother, Pete. At some point during the night, Robin and Pete got into a heated argument, and Robin smacked him in the face. According to witnesses, Robin was escorted out by a few guys and placed into a white van. The following day, on August 5th, a person was walking their dog in the hole, noticed a pair of legs protruding from a heap of garbage. Sadly, the body belonged to Robin Lynn Vituli. After an examination, her body showed signs of strangulation. Let me quickly mention the super thanks icon found beneath this video in the 3-dot dropdown for anyone who'd like to show appreciation for videos like this. As far as the hole is concerned, it can definitely be called the mafia burial ground or graveyard, and according to law enforcement.
Mr. Vaughn, you're still under oath. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Vaughn, before we broke, you were telling us about a conversation that you had with T after Man was shot? Yes. Could you tell the members of the jury about that conversation? Yes. So basically me and T had a conversation about Man, and he told me he shot Man. He told me the gun jammed. When the gun jammed, Man tried to play like he was dead. He unjammed the gun and shot again, and the gun jammed again. And I think Man ran and got away. And T had ran to Anna in the house. Ran to Anna's house. You mentioned Anna. Who is that? That is my brother's baby mama. Okay. I'm going to show you, Your Honor, the government will move to introduce Government Exhibit 1502. And without objection, you may publish. Do you see the person that's depicted in Government Exhibit 1209? Yes. And who is that? Raven. And you said that was Little A's girlfriend at the time. Yeah. Did you see where the man and the other two cars went when they left 71st and Aberdeen? Which direction they were going? I believe they went right, but we heard shots come from the left side, so I'm assuming they only went right but turned around. And you said you heard shots? Yeah, we all heard shots and stuff. The police was all around the area. And at some point, did the minivan and the other cars come back? The minivan didn't never come back, but we saw the other cars again eventually, like days later. And did you learn anything that happened during that day? Objection, foundation, sustained, clear foundation. Did you speak to the members of the Goonies once they came back? That day, we seen, yeah, they came back. They went to Tuka House that day. And who did you speak to that day? I talked to T and Romeo that day. And what, if anything, did you learn? That they went over there and they went to the third gang side and caught a few of them and shot at them. And I believe somebody got shot that day by one of them. And do you know who got shot? I want to say it was Lala. Who is Lala? It's one of their friends. I guess he a Goonie. He used to come around every once in a while. And do you know Lala's real name? I don't. Have you met Lala before? I never met him myself, no. Have you ever seen Lala before? Yes. Approximately how many times? Once, maybe twice. Your Honor, at this time, I will seek to make Government Exhibit 1207 and publish to the jury. Any objection to admission of Government Exhibit 1207? No, Your Honor. No, Judge. No. 1207, admitted without objection. You may publish. Do you see the person that's depicted in Government Exhibit 1207? Yes. And who is that? That's Lala. And is that the person that you understood was shot that day? Yes. Mr. Hayes, I'm going to direct your attention to November of 2014. Were you still a Goonie member at that time? I was. And specifically, I'm going to ask you about November 19th of 2014. At some point that evening, do you recall where you were? Our pride was on Aberdeen. And do you recall who you were with? That day, I'm trying to remember because that day I had been in the house, but I came outside, so I could have been with Romeo. I could have been with T. I could have been with Boosie. I could have been with all of them that day. Do you recall a shooting in the Loomis Food Mart? That I do. And I'm specifically asking you about that day. Do you recall where you were earlier that evening? Yes. And where were you? I was on Aberdeen. And do you recall whose house you were in? I was at Millie's girlfriend's house that day. And what is Millie's girlfriend's name? Nene. And when you were at Millie's girlfriend's house, do you recall who was with you? That day, they weren't there with me, but they came back later on that night. And when you say they, who are you talking about? Romeo and T came back that night. And did you talk to Romeo and T? Yeah, I talked to T. And who was present for that conversation? It was me and T. And what, if anything, did T say to you during that conversation? T told me he finally got Fat Cat. And when he said he finally got Fat Cat, did you know what that meant? He had finally caught him and shot him. I thought he had killed him, but I guess he didn't. And when he said Fat Cat, did you know what he meant? I know who he's talking about, yeah. And who was he talking about? Fat Cat was a knock from the other side. He was either J-Town or Third Gang. He was one of them two. And he was one of your rival gang members? Yes. I'm going to show you, excuse me. Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to admit and publish Government Exhibit 1304. Any objection to the admission of Government Exhibit 1304? No, Your Honor. No. No. It will be admitted without objection. You may publish. I'm showing you what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1304. Do you recognize the person in this exhibit? That's Fat Cat. And you said he was a member of Third Town or J-Town. He was one of them too. Thank you. When you were talking to Defendant Smith, what did you understand he did to Fat Cat? At trial, you will hear about the history of the Goonies from some of its earlier members, Alex Vaughn, Alvin Vaughn, and Raymond Parks. These three are some of the cooperators I talked. Good afternoon, Mr. Smiley. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jury how old you are? 41 years old. You might want to bring the mic a little bit closer to you. 41 years old. Are you currently in jail? Yes. How long have you been in jail for? 9 years. What are you currently in jail for, pleading guilty to? Hired for hit, for murder? And was that for one individual or two? Two. Do you know the names of those two victims? Mr. Eric Smith and Mr. Troy Singleton? Now, you pled guilty to both of those murders for hire, is that right? Yes. For Eric Smith, who did you do that crime with? A guy by the name of Russell Allen, Dennis Crosby, Broughton, and Mosley? How about Troy Singleton? Troy Singleton, a guy by the name of eBay, a guy by the name of Tripp, Mosley, and myself? Were you hired to commit those two murders?
Oh, hell no.
Yes. Who hired you? Mr. Mosley. Do you know his first name? Emmanuel. I'm showing you what has been marked for identification. This is Government's Exhibit 79. Your Honor, Counsel, and I have stipulated this. This is the cooperation agreement. 79 in evidence. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Smiley? Yes. And is that the cooperation agreement that you pled guilty to? Yes. When did you plead guilty to this crime? December 2006. And you said you pled guilty to both of those murders for hire, is that correct? Yes. What's the minimum term in jail that you are facing? Life imprisonment. And the maximum term? Life. And as a result of that cooperation agreement, what's your obligation to the government? To tell the truth. What's your understanding of what the government's obligation is to you? To write a 5K1 motion to the judge? What's your understanding of what that 5K1 motion is? The judge makes a determination in the sentencing. Okay, what will that 5K letter include? My full cooperation. Would it also include your criminal history that we're about to talk about now? Yes. Do you have any promises as to what your sentence will be? No. Who is in charge of your sentence? The judge. And if you don't tell the truth, what is the sentencing you will be facing? Life imprisonment. Mr. Smiley, you said you have been in jail for this past 9 years. Is that right? Yes. Have you gotten in any trouble while you have been in jail? Yes. Can you tell the jury what that is? I had 2 or 3 fights. I cursed out an officer. I went into the shoe. What's the shoe? The box. And how long were you there for? 45 days. Is that the only time you have been in the shoe for the past 9 years? Yes. Where did you grow up, Mr. Smiley? In Manhattan. Where in Manhattan? 155th Street and 8th Avenue. Is that Harlem? Yes. Who was in your household when you grew up? My mother, my 2 sisters, and my 2 brothers. Did you go to school up in Harlem? Yes. How far did you get in school? High school. Did you finish high school?
C&B trial.
No. What grade? I dropped out in high school. What grade? 10th grade. Why did you drop out? I was dealing in the streets. Dealing what in the streets? Dealing drugs. About how old were you at that time?
Hold on. He testified at this shit too? Damn, yeah, a whole bunch of them.
Now, directing your attention to a couple months later, in now October of 2001, did there come a time when you saw Mosley again? A couple months later, yes. Okay, after you committed this murder of Eric Smith, what did you do? Did you go back to stay at that house in Queens? No. Why not? Because the murder was committed already, and I'm just waiting for him to call us to do the when they find the other person. Okay, so did you ever look for the other individual, Troy? No. But to clarify, when you were looking for, before you saw Eric Smith on the day of the murder, were you looking for both of the victims? At the time, I didn't know who he was looking for.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. I'll be on the phone for like a minute or two. Not that anybody's, Smiley testifies against Damian World Harley. Damian World Harley trial. Just trying to find the opening statements for that shit. Let's see. Hold on. OBOH. Nah. Oh, fuck. Nipsey Hustles. Goonies. Videos. Four Corner Hustlers. Fuck it. We're just gonna fucking Damian World Hardy. This was about eBay carrying that I had ordered by Damian World Hardy. Smell use first hand account. Ivory Peanut Davis. Smell use first hand account. E-money bags hit.
Dealing what in the streets?
What up, Mooch?
Dealing drugs.
Tony.
About how old were you at that time? 15. And were you selling on your own or were you selling for somebody? I was selling for a boss. Who was that? A guy by the name of Marlon. Where did Marlon sell? On 155th Street and 8th Avenue. What types of drugs were you selling then? Crack and cocaine. You said he was the boss, is that right? Yes. So what was your role? Just to sell the drugs? On the corner? Yes. Did you ever get arrested while you worked for Marlon? Yes. How old were you then? Maybe about 16, 17. Was that your first drug arrest? Yes. Do you remember what the circumstances were? I think they closed the case. They sealed the case the first time I got caught. Is that because you were a juvenile? Yes. Do you remember how you got arrested? I sold to an undercover officer. And did you plead guilty as a juvenile? Yes. And what was your sentence? At that time, I think I got a drug program. And the time you took a drug program, did you have a drug problem? Yes. What were you using? Marijuana. After the drug program, what did you do? Did you go back to Harlem? Yes. And did you find a job? No. What did you start doing? Continue to sell drugs again. Where were you selling then? The same spot, 155th Street. Did you get arrested again? Yes. And what was that for? I believe it was for cocaine. And just in terms of crack cocaine, what quantities were you selling? Small quantities, like vials. Did there come a time when you stopped selling crack cocaine? Yes. Why was that? I was getting in trouble too many times. And before that, did there come a time when something happened to Marlon? Yes. What happened? He got killed. And as a result, did you take over the corner there at 155th and 8th Avenue? Yes. Did you do that on your own? No, 2 of my friends was with me. Were you still selling crack at that time? Yes. About how old were you at that time? About 19, 20. And how long did you sell at the corner of 155th and 8th? Until 1997.
And just to be clear, when you were selling there, was it just you and two friends? Is that right? Yes. Were you just selling to customers or were you selling weight? Just to customers. How successful were you? Not too successful. And what happened in 1997 that made you stop? I was getting in too much trouble, so I just switched over from selling crack to straight coke. Why did you make that switch? It was an easier clientele. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that?
What's up, baby?
Well, with the crackheads, it's more kind of petty, and with the coke users, they're more professional people. When you say you were getting into trouble, what kind of trouble were you getting into when you were selling on the corner? I was getting arrested for beating up customers, things of that nature. When you said you beat up a customer, can you explain why that happened? Well, customers owe me money and they don't want to pay, and I sold to them. And were you also involved in a shooting around that time in 1996 before you made the switch to selling cocaine? Yes. Can you tell the jury what happened then? A guy stole a guy's cell phone. He asked me to ride him off a pedal bike. I told him no. He tried to take the bike from me. We fought for the bike. He pulled out a gun on me. I told him that he better shoot me since he'd pull out the gun. Let me stop you right there. You said a guy took a bike from you? He tried to take it. Do you know that person's name? Yes. Who was that person? A guy by the name of Man. Did this happen around in Harlem at the time? Yes.
I thought I had a fucking
Was he able to take your bike? No. What happened? We wrestled for the bike and I took the bike from him. Then what happened? Then I rode off on the bike and I went and got a gun.
Oops.
Was that after you had seen him with a gun? Yes.
Get out of my way.
Where did you go and get the gun? To my house. What type of gun did you get? A 12 gauge Remington. What is that? A shotgun. Was there anything particular about that shotgun? No. And was that the only type of gun you carried back then in 1996? Yes.
Shotgun, dude, that's fucking nuts.
What happened once you got your shotgun? I came back looking for him, and then I seen him, and then he ran in the game room. I chased him in the game room. I threatened him. What's a game room? A video arcade game room, and it was like a / restaurant, and I chased him in there. He was hiding, and then I told him, let's have a shootout. He was scared, so I was leaving, and he tried to run behind me and shoot me. Did he shoot you? No. What did you do? I shot him. What time of day did this happen? Maybe 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Did you hit him? Was he injured? Yes. Do you know where you shot him? In the chest. And did he die? No. Were there people around when you did this?
Hold on. Okay. Alright. I was hearing an alarm. I was like, wait a minute. It's the game. This is Damian World Hardy's trial.
Down the block, not in the area where it happened at. Did people learn about what you had done, shooting the guy with the shotgun? Yes.
Alright.
Did you ever get arrested for that? No. You mentioned a guy by the name of Russell Out. Did you ever become involved in criminal activity in New London, Connecticut? Yes, sir. How did you get involved in that? Around that time, they had drugs in New London, Connecticut. Generally, who is they? It was T-Rock, Top, Mark, Bush. And did they ask you to do something in connection with those drugs? Yes, there was a kid by the name of Sean at the time that was hustling out there. And they had got a call from a young lady whose house they were using at that particular time, who informed them that some individuals from that neighborhood had started frequenting her apartment and selling drugs there. Did they ask you to go up and essentially be muscle in that situation? Yes. And did you go? Yes, I did. Were you arrested when you were there? Yes. Did the police end up getting called to the house that Sean was at? Yes. And you were arrested for what crime? They arrested me for trespassing. And in fact, though, what else were you in possession of at that time or right before the police arrested you? I was in possession of a firearm and drugs. And that would be crack cocaine, is that right? Yes. But you didn't get caught for that, right? No. Did you maintain your status on bail that you had from this case that we had talked about, the drug case, 1989? Yes. Okay, and later on that year, in June of 1989, were you arrested again? Yes. For a crime involving a police officer? Yes. What was that? After I came from New London, Connecticut, being that the drugs and the money had got caught, I came back and I explained to the guys that I showed them the pink slip from when I went through the system. So I explained to them that I didn't have the money, I didn't have the drugs. They said it was all right, we will work something out, and that we were going to have to do something to replace those funds to get the work back. Okay, when you showed them the pink slip, what was the purpose of doing that? To let them know that I actually got arrested. I didn't know if they believed me or not. It wasn't like they were pressing me. I wanted to show it to them. Instead of stealing the drugs? Yes. So what did you end up trying to do to get this money back? Well, while we were standing there trying to hatch a plan to come up with some money, because when I got caught in New London, Connecticut, it basically depleted all the funds that we had at that particular time. And I remember we were standing there and some guys walked past. Sorry to interrupt you, but you were standing where? On the side of 433? In Lafayette Gardens? Yes, sir. And what happened? And about 3 guys walked past and they had on some jewelry, and we decided that that would be a start. And so were you going to rob those people? Yes, sir. And what happened when you were going to rob them? I followed them up the block from Lafayette and Franklin. By the time we got to Lafayette and Clawson, I think they realized that I was going to attempt to rob them. So what they did was when they got to the corner of Lafayette and Clawson, they started running. I'm just going to put the map back on for the jury's reference. Lafayette and Clawson? Yes. So go ahead. So they started running, and I realized that I had been duped, basically. So I turned back around and started walking standard 433 again. What did you mean by being duped? I realized they knew I was going to rob them, and they were biding their time to get further enough away from me so that when they started running,
You were being
I wouldn't be able to
duped. You
catch up
just
with
got
them.
found out.
And when you
Wrong
turned
vocabulary
around,
word.
did you walk back towards 433? Yes, sir. And what did you see when you did that? Well, I was walking, and then I was talking to a young kid by the name of Kimmy. He was on the side of me with the bike, and it was because of him I noticed there was a car in the street trailing me. So I'm looking at the car. The car was looking at me, and I realized that it was officers inside the car, so I started running. And you didn't realize it right away. Why? Were they uniformed officers in a police car? No, they were plain clothes. So you started running, and what happened when you ran?
One sec, guys.
started running, and as I'm running towards 433, the individuals that I had been with saw me running and assumed that the guys who I went to rob was chasing me and started firing. At the police officers? Yes. And you were eventually arrested for that, is that correct? Yes. And charged with attempted murder of the police officers? Yes, sir. So you had 2 cases pending in Brooklyn State Court at that point, is that right? Yes. You had the drug charge and attempted murder, and what ended up happening? The attempted murder was dismissed, but the robbery I pled guilty to. Okay, and what was the robbery? At a clothing store, a known style clothing store. So you were arrested again, is that right? Yes. And what were you doing during that occasion? I was with some females who were boosting around that time, and they used to pay me to come with them to stores while they boost. My job was basically, if they were to get caught and a security guard would try to detain them, I would stop the security guard. So you were to fight with the security guard? Yes. And you were arrested on one occasion while that was happening? Yes. So what did you actually plead guilty to? Robbery. What sentence did you get? 2 to 4. And do you recall, that was in 1989, correct? No, that was when I pled guilty to the drugs. When I pled guilty to the robbery, it was in 93. All right, so let's start with you pled guilty to the drugs. And did you do some time in jail? Yes. And did you get out towards the end of 1991? Yes, sir. When you came home, did you see Wise? Yes. Do you remember what he was doing at that time? The normal thing that he had been doing, selling drugs. And during this time, did you see World at all? Yes. Can you explain the context that you saw World? When I came home, I was hearing a lot about these different factions that were being established in the projects. When I went to prison, it was more so like the guys who had the money to purchase cocaine and turn it into cocaine crack, or basically just selling crack. Now, when I came home, it was more so of crews. So what were some of the crews that you saw in Lafayette Gardens at that time? It was a few. It was CMB, Cock, and Squeeze. It was some guys who used to call themselves the Deuces. And you said CMB. Who were some of the people associated with CMB at that time? Wise, World, Popsy, eBay, Trug, Boo, Hastings. I'm going to show you what's been marked as government exhibit. Well, first, let me ask you, CMB, do you know what that stands for? Cash Money Brothers. Do you know where that name came from? I was in prison when they adopted that name, but I got the knowledge that it came from a movie. First, I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 5 in evidence. Ask you if you recognize that person? Yes, sir. Who is that? That's Boo. And do you recall what Boo's relationship was with World during that time? I knew World and Boo was being real close friends. Okay, next I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 2, which I know you've already identified, but eBay. And how did you meet eBay? 1989. It was a girl by the name of Catrice. She was well known in the projects. She got into an argument with a female, and she wanted to have a fight with this particular girl. But someone was stopping her from having the fight with this girl, so she came and she got us. When we went to us, who is us? It was me, Wise. I just remember Wise being present. Other people, their names are not coming to me at this point.
Yeah, they took it from a movie. This is the guy who was dating Little Kim, Damian World Hardy. The guy who actually had the guy who 50 Cent got shot by killed. And he used to date Little Kim, and he had beef with 50 Cent and shit too.
So what happened? We went to the apartment, and the apartment had been the apartment where Robert Footman lives. And when we knocked on the door, eBay and Trug answered the door. So we told them what was going on, and they explained that the girl had been there with them. And they basically stood up and said that they wasn't going to throw the girl out to the wolves. So that's how you met eBay? Yes. Now, do you know if there were any other people that you said? You mentioned Popsy, is that correct? Yes, sir. And first I'm going to show you what's been marked Government Exhibit 8. It's in evidence. Who is that? That's Trug. And how about Government Exhibit 24? Stack. 7? Popsy. 35. Diesel. Were those people you mentioned as spending time with World at that time?
What the fuck you want me to do?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to show you one more. 56. Who is that? Porto. Who did he hang out with? World. Were there some people who hung out more with Wise as opposed to the people I just mentioned to you about World? Well, most of those individuals were close in age to World. Wise knew all of those individuals, but all of those guys were more so of the people that World hung out with, basically. Who hung out with Wise then? Who were the older guys? Boone, another guy named Shy. Can you describe what the situation was with respect to drug dealing at that time in Lafayette Gardens? Which time? Around 1991, when you came home from your drug charge. When I came home, it was a lot of different individuals, like I said, selling drugs. You even had guys coming from as far as Grand and Clifton. Who was the guy who came from Grand and Clifton that you remember? I remember Rab and Slink and those guys coming to the projects a lot. Okay, now on February 21st of 1992, were you arrested? Yes. That was the robbery then? Yes. With the boosting, is that right? Yes. Did you end up pleading guilty in that case? Yes, sir. What was your sentence? 2 to 4. Now, did you go to jail immediately in February of 1992? No. Do you remember when you pled guilty? Closer towards the end of the year. All right, so I want to take you to between February of 92 and when you went to jail the next time. What were you doing? Around that time, I think I was doing robberies. Okay, and in fact, you were on bail, correct? For your robbery case, so you weren't supposed to be committing crimes, correct? Yes. Do you remember what your situation was with drug dealing in the project then after your arrest? I remember it being kind of a situation where you had basically dudes from different buildings who would govern their building. Okay, so as a friend of Wise, did you ever get involved in anything that World was doing? At that time? Yeah. Little things, but not like... What kind of little things? I mean, there were, times we would go different places and get into altercations with people, but it wasn't as if I was one of the workers. Did you know someone named Crazy Troy? Yes, sir. Who was that? It was a guy from the neighborhood who I met probably... Mr. Myers is taking the stand. Good afternoon, Mr. Myers. If you can remain standing and raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name. Dwayne Myers, DWAYNE MYERS. Dwayne Myers, called as a witness by the government, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Thank you. Your voice is loud and clear. You don't have to get that close to the mic. Just press it out so we don't have to be too loud or too soft, okay? You're a witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Myers, do you have a nickname? Yes, sir. What is that? Thor. What year were you born? 1969. So how old does that make you now? 45. Did you at one point live in Lafayette Gardens? Yes. Were you part of a gang there? Yes, sir. What are some of the crimes? Did you commit crimes as part of the gang? Yes, I did. I committed murder, robberies, burglaries, drug dealing. And did that gang have one or more leaders? Yes, sir. Who was that? World and Wise. What did it mean to you as a member of the gang that World was a leader? That these were the individuals that we would answer to and take orders from. Did the same thing apply to Wise? Yes, sir. Do you see World today in court? Yes, sir. Can you point something out point him out and describe something he's wearing? He's wearing a buttoned-up shirt. He's identified. The record will so reflect. Do you see anyone else in court that's a part of the gang that you were in? Yes, sir. Who is that? eBay. Can you point him out and describe something he's wearing? Sitting over in the blue shirt. Identified for the record. The record will so reflect. So you're in jail now. You are in jail now, correct? Yes, sir. Have you pled guilty to crimes? Yes, sir. Do you recall what crimes? Murder, racketeering, robbery. Okay. As far as racketeering goes, have you pled guilty to certain acts as part of your racketeering crime? Yes, sir. Do you recall which ones? What acts? The murder and the drugs. Did you plead guilty to anything related to Ivory Davis? Yes, sir. What was that? Murder. And how about Tyrone Baum?
That's the guy who shot 50 Cent.
And how about someone named Michael Cullen? Yes, sir. And how about drug dealing as part of your racketeering? Yes. Now, you also pled guilty to murder, is that correct? Yes. Who did you murder? A guy by the name of Kojak. And was that murder in the aid of racketeering that you pled guilty to? Yes. You also pled guilty to an attempted robbery, is that correct? Yes, sir. Who is it that you attempted to rob? The individual that, I don't recall his name. To whom did you do that with? Puff. Okay, and was anybody else involved? His brother was present. And what were you trying to rob from this man? At the time we had spoken with him. He had merchandise that we were interested in taking from him. Minks, PlayStations, computers, and stuff like that. Okay, and with respect to the murder of Michael Cullen, where did that murder take place? Empire Skating Rink. Did you also plead guilty to possessing a firearm? Yes, sir. Do you know what sentence you're facing under the racketeering charge that you pled to? Yes, sir. What's that? The mandatory minimum is 0 to life. How about for the murder of Kojak? The mandatory minimum is life. And in connection with the murder of Kojak, at one point, were you facing the death penalty for that offense? Yes, sir. Are you facing that any longer? No. Do you know how that decision gets made about whether or not the death penalty is sought? My understanding is that the case went to the Attorney General and he decided whether he wanted to pursue the death penalty. Okay. Now, you have an agreement with the government in connection with your plea? Yes. What type of agreement? Cooperation agreement. What do you have to do as part of that? Give a description of my criminal history, be truthful, and just give a testimony about my criminal history. Okay. And do you have to also testify about other people's crimes that you know about? Yes, sir. What does the government agree to do for you if you comply with your part of the agreement? To submit a letter on my behalf. What is your understanding of the effect of that letter? This letter allows the judge to sentence me below the mandatory minimum. Do you know what goes into the letter? Everything that I've done as far as my cooperation, the things that I told him, the good, the bad. And has anybody told you what your sentence is going to be? No, sir. Anybody promised you what your sentence is going to be? No. Do you know who decides what your sentence is at the end of the day? Yes, sir. Who is that? The judge. If you lie here today, what happens? I don't get the cooperation agreement. And you'll do life? Yes, sir. Does whether or not you get a letter depend on the outcome of this trial? No. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Government Exhibit 73 for identification. That's his cooperation agreement. I assume there's not going to be any objection to it in evidence? There is not. In evidence at this time. When you were born, where was your family living? Brownsville, Brooklyn.
It's a fortress in paradise. Guess who runs security? The intel included blueprints and the lay of the land.
What are we looking for? We can't roll up Molina.
Not legally, but we can roll up her money. Isla's got servers that can get us into her banking.
We need to get past the security protocols.
Someone out there has a fob key. We find him, I can get a lifeline and crack it.
Well, then talk from the war and split off. I'll go
Wait
for
a
the phone.
second.
Go secure the rear perimeter. We'll lead
I can get a lifeline and crack it.
Well, then talk from the war and split off. I'll go for the phone. Weapons out, Johnny. Storm's coming.
Give me a sit rep, boy.
On target, watch about to split up.
That eyes in the sky, let's go to work, Bravo.
Woman.
Copy.
Okay. All right.
Security officer has it. These are HBI right.
It's called no. This is called Call of Duty, Tony.
It's a lucky day. I'll track it.
And sort of bored now. But oh shit. Might as well do some fucking research while I'm fucking here. Doing nothing. How you been, Tony? How's your day? No, not based on New York City. No. Busy day, huh? Okay. No idea. Well, I'll bullshit first. Hang out if you want. I don't know. I guess Gunsmoke's got a show going on. And fucking, if you actually want to talk to more than just me in a few minutes, feel free. But I'm just hanging out. So listen, Tony, there's a way I can actually give you control. So like, yo, if you ever wanted to go live, you can. Hey,
So,
Tony.
like I would be able to pull that off.
No, I'd be if you wanted it. Listen, it'd be like a 1 or 2 click thing because if you just text me and say, "Hey, I want to go live," and I can set it up to where all you have to do is hit enter studio and go live.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I don't
uh,
know why would I do that? I don't know why I would do that.
uh,
Who nobody
believe
wants
me,
to listen to
believe
an
me,
old.
people would come here more for you than me. Trust me.
Oh, well, again, honey, I know how to entertain myself. Believe me.
No, I know. I'm just saying, it's just as an option. It's up to you. I just,
Well, I appreciate the offer. Uh,
because I happened to notice that the other day, like I was playing around with different stuff, and you know, I pretty much figured it out how I could do that. So, just let me
well,
know.
I'm a tech moron, so
I know,
but
but it would
I
be
did
so
manage. I
simple.
did
It
manage
would be
to.
so simple. Like when I say it, literally, all you'd have to do is go to StreamYard and hit Enter Studio and then go live. That's it.
In other words, I wouldn't have to give them any identification
No,
or
no, I
password
would
or
be
anything like that.
no, I'd be putting you
Oh,
on
okay.
my account as an authorized user.
Well, I didn't even know you could do that. I don't know anything about StreamYard, other
Yeah.
than that's the only way to get on panel.
So
Yes, it was. I got a lot done, and I was glad for that. Because with that snow we had last night, the
yeah,
branches were really
last oh you
heavy.
you got it last night. We had it all day yesterday since the early morning.
Trying to think when it started. I don't think it was till. Well, it wasn't an all day thing. It
Oh
came
yeah,
more towards the evening, and then it just snowed kind of all through the night, and then it was mixed with rain, and then I guess that made it heavy.
yeah,
And I had a cable down in my yard, and I didn't know what the hell it was. And my son was working, so and I knew by the time he got home it would be dark, and I just wanted him to get home safely. And
yeah,
he says, "Yeah, I'll look at it tomorrow." Well, here it was just we now have our phone with our cable company, and this was just an old cord that
yeah.
when I had it through um not through who I have it through now,
Right.
so because our telephone company, the one that we dealt with for years and years and years, is no longer. They all uh they sold to different companies, and
Yeah.
that's how it
Remember that
is. But
was
anyhow, so, I mean, because I had even though my lights flickered twice, I had TV, I had lights, and I thought to my sister called today, and we were talking because her husband is an electrician, and he was just going by setting up freaking generators because right above me they lost power, and in the rural areas I guess they did too.
yeah,
So they were busy, the actual company was busy fixing that kind of shit. But I
Yeah.
thought, you know what? I says it, even though I have a propane heater, um, I'll tell you what, the thought of losing electricity is scary because we're so damn dependent on it.
Oh yeah. No, like
It runs the world.
my we have a like a gas powered generator, but my grandparents have like one of those generators that are like just permanently there. You lose power and that just automatically goes on. They have full power in the house, and that shit is
Wow.
fucking awesome.
Oh, I bet that is
But they also
expensive.
live in the middle of fucking, like near the New York line, and they have a private road and fucking, you know what I mean? So it's like
Right.
they're really out there.
So they really have to. Yeah, I would say
It's
anybody in
almost like a
people in the
necessity.
country have it. And
It's
it's
almost
hooked up, and I have a propane tank, and they said you can get them that
I
they
think it's
use
diesel.
propane.
They use propane, diesel. I don't know, fucking, God knows what else. You know,
So I definitely think I'm going to treat myself to one and see if my son wants one and see if my daughter wants one.
not a bad idea.
But we rarely, and when I say rarely, the last time was a couple of years back, and it was during the summer, and it was for 7 hours because squirrels had gotten into the transmitter or the whatever it is that it literally got in and it just fucked everything up. And until I guess they could fix it, we were without power for 7 hours, and one time before that for 2 hours. But usually it's no more than 20 minutes, 40 minutes tops. I mean, I must say they're very good with that. But when you get these heavy, wet snows,
Or ice.
you got, yes. Now our streets are fine already, because the temperature was like 42 today.
Yeah.
So, but of course there's still snow in the yard. But anyhow, I was glad to see that cable had nothing to do with the price of eggs, which went up $1.29 since I got them the last time, and that was about a week and a half ago, if that. I says, Jesus mighty. I know that egg thing happened in California. What in God's name does that have to do with us? I just don't get it unless they ship their eggs out. It's like, no, they have their own farmers that do that. But why is it, in other words, why is ours $1.29 more? It's nuts.
Yeah. Eggs went like crazy. Milk,
Yeah.
everything is just. And then like half the stuff you want, you can't even find.
Well, I listened to a Trump speech tonight, just happened to be on Fox News, and I had to agree with him. We have shelves that aren't stocked. We have crime that's out of control. We have immigrants that shouldn't be here. We have a multitude of things. This country is not, and these mass shootings lately, dear Lord, every freaking day. It's just, it's insane. There was one at an Atlanta high school. Well, that one in Joel Olstein's church. And there was, I think, one or two more. It's just whacked. There's one in a subway station. Just in New
There
York.
was a shooting at Kansas City.
Two gangs, I guess.
There was
I
a
don't know if it was. I think it was. I don't know if it was Queens. I said, no wonder I worry about my kid when she goes to New York. I says, things are not what they once were. Not that you didn't always have to be careful. Of course you do. You're in a major metropolis, the most one of the most major metropolises on the planet. And yes, you have to be careful. You have to, but
You
she
can't
says
you
it's
can't
she
live
says
life,
it's
uh, worried about what might happen or what could possibly happen, especially when the odds are so fucking low. It's like, oh well, I'm not gonna go here because there might be.
I hear you, and that is what it's like. I can't be afraid to go and do and live and.
No, exactly. It's like, yeah, you hear about that stuff, but you also have to understand,
Oh
you're
yes.
hearing about this shit, and a lot of this shit was going on back in the day. You just didn't hear about it because, there's the news sensationalizes this shit, and it's a 24-hour news cycle, and not to mention, I hate to say it, but people get more and more desensitized and fucking as the years go on, more and more people let more and more shit go by, and fucking then basically it's they let more and more stuff. It's like let stuff slide and be like, oh well,
Oh my
it's okay,
gosh, yes,
and that becomes the norm, and then fucking I don't know. It's
and
just
letting people out without the right kind of rehabilitation,
well, dude, that's
especially
what
if they're
that's a
mentally
huge
ill.
thing. Like the justice system is so fucked up, it's not even funny, and it's meant for fun. And now it's even scarier because like there's the privatization of prisons is truly concerning because it's a corporation, and corporations are their job is to make money, and how do they make money? By keeping people in prison.
Oh well,
And
most prisons are privately owned these days, are they not?
no, they have privately run prisons, but not most of them. I don't believe. There's state and then there's federal and stuff, but but either way, it's the system is set up for people to fail, for people to like, all right, take this for instance, Tony. So you get arrested falsely because believe it or not, that shit does happen. Okay. And they're bringing you to court, and they're the prosecutor, your lawyer's saying what you call it okay, with what they're charging you with, the prosecutor's offering you a deal of a year in jail, 5 year suspended sentence, and $1,000 fine. Or you could take it to trial, and you could be facing 10 years, and it's like,
Yeah. Oh, I realize that. I realize that's what they do.
and it's like, well, wait a minute. It's like and then you're over, because think about it. If I were to tell you, Tony, what were you doing 2 years ago, 3 months, and 6 hours ago? What's your alibi? For real, think about that. It's like the justice system is really
Yeah,
fucked.
I'm just saying they usually have to have
If
something
you have
on
a
you
pub,
to pull you
no,
in.
that's not necessarily true. Cops do whatever the fuck they want, Tony.
Well, then they're corrupt cops.
Uh, yeah. Like, dude, you piss off a cop, what they can do is they decide what to charge you with, how to write up a report. Like, yo, when I got arrested, when I never should have, outside one of my apartment buildings, right? Dude, when I read that fucking report this guy wrote, I was like, what the fuck? And like, yo, I have witnesses and shit. And I'm like, yo, this dude literally made it like crazy. And then he showed up the next day like, you know, these people would appreciate it if you didn't come around here too often anymore. And I'm like, dude, my family owns both these buildings. You can suck a cock, fucking, telling me not to show up. But no, dude, it's crazy. It's all about how they fucking present things and write up everything, and they decide what to charge you with. Because, they could really, really, really screw you. And
I'm sure
now it's
many have.
right. Now the prosecutor, unless you have a lawyer, like a paid lawyer, okay, a public defender is just a
Oh, yeah, you're in trouble, right?
personal
Hey, Gary.
delivery to jail. That's what it is. They'll personally deliver you to jail. But the thing is, you get arrested, and let's say, like, all right, for instance, when that shit happened, I never should have been arrested. I never should have fucking anything, right? But or again with the plates, like when those cops were taking my plates off my car and then threatened to tow my car. They couldn't do that. It was on private property. That's the thing is cops will.
Oh, yeah, you better know the
Well,
law.
well, that's
'Cause
the
they
thing.
might.
How many people know the law that intricately? And now, no, think about this. Now
But
you're
then would
taught.
that go
You're
against him in
taught.
court?
Hold on. You're taught. A police officer is a figure of authority and not morality. Right and wrong and shit. So now police officers telling you this is wrong, or you're breaking the law, or you did this,
Oh, well, they're
subconsciously.
not there to judge it. They're there to write up the charges that you're
No, they're
supposed to have
there.
done.
They're there to like it. No, they're there to basically however they write that report and whatever they decide to charge you with. Because you could trip, fall, and bump into a cop, and they could say, "Yo, assaulting an officer, resisting arrest." Fuck, they can literally make it between a misdemeanor and a felony. The difference between fucking, you being fucked the rest of your life. Dude. It's really fucked up because, ugh. But like I said, and yeah, you could fight it at court if you know how, but not with a public defender. They're gonna fucking be like, all right, well, he offered. Guess what? You're facing 10 years minimum. They just offered you 3 years in and 2 years probation. I'd take it if I were you.
Well,
And
unless I knew they had me dead to
then
rights, I'd say no, I'll go to trial.
you're gonna go to trial with the guy who, just
No,
basically.
I'm just saying, unless they had me dead to rights.
Right. But what I'm saying is now, all right, so think about it like this. Now, they don't need to have you dead to rights. Let's say they have the cop saying this. Let's say they have they say, yep, it was she broke the law. It was her. She committed this felony act. Then she decided to resist arrest and then assault us and fucking blah 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 blah, right? So then you go to trial. Now, instead of the 2 years, now you've got a minimum of 10 years minimum sentence that you have to go deal with. And that's if the judge doesn't sentence you to longer. Because usually, when you take it to trial, they take that shit out on you when you lose. They take that shit out on you when you win too.
Oh, I'm not saying that there isn't some weird shit going on at times, but usually,
This is like an everyday occurrence, Tony. Like, dude,
well, then
cops,
what do they?
you piss off a cop.
What is their
Guess what?
motive?
What do you mean? What's the motive?
How many arrests you can get, so how many fines you can get, so how many people you can throw in jail. What
No, dude, that just on the strength of fucking, uh, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Just the power trip of these
psychology.
It's a yeah.
They did a fucking what do you want to call it in a college, and they took half the class. You guys.
They made
the cops and the authority. The other half are prisoners, and just naturally, they all started abusing their power.
Yeah, like terribly. Like, yo, it was. I'll give you the name. They made a movie about it, but they literally, it's yeah. They having authority.
where they did an experiment.
Yes.
Experiment.
Like a real, like a couple experiments. They did this shit.
Like a real deal.
Hold on, I'll tell you right now.
And they all like it was like
it was bad.
It was
like,
really
yo,
bad.
Tony, like these guys fucking like
I think Forrest Whitaker was in it.
Tony, like they were beating the shit out of these people. Like it was like a real. These guys got the mentality like a real prison. Like I think fucking I don't know if someone died, but hold on. But I know it was like, dude, there was like, dude, the Stanford Prison Experiment. That's a movie too.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of it. I don't know if I ever saw it though. I think it was Adrian Brody and Forrest Whitaker.
No, that's a different one.
That's a different one. Okay.
The Stanford Prison Experiment was a psychological experiment conducted in August 1971.
Oh, this is a documentary.
In 1971, it was a 2-week simulation of a prison environment that examined the effects and situational variables on participants' reactions and behaviors. Stanford University psychology professor Philip Zimbardo led the research team who administered the study. Participants were recruited from the local community with an ad in the newspaper offering $15 a day, $108 in 2022, to male students who wanted to participate in a psychological study of prison life. Volunteers were chosen after assessments of psychological stability and then randomly assigned to be prisoners or prison guards. Critics have questioned the validity of these methods. Those volunteered to be selected to be guards were given uniforms specifically to de-individualize them, and they were instructed to prevent prisoners from escaping. The experiment officially started when prisoners were arrested by Rio Palo Alto police. Over the following 5 days, psychological abuse of the prisoners by the guards became increasingly brutal. After psychologist Christina whatever the fuck visited to evaluate the conditions, she was upset to see how the study participants were behaving. She confronted Zimbardo. He ended the experiment on the 6th day.
That's right. They shut it down. That's how bad it was.
Like bad. And that's after 6 days. Like,
yeah, but I don't know, were they what? But in other words, were they told to be as?
No. They were given very loose rules. All they were told were, here's the guidelines. Your job is to make sure they don't escape. That's
and
it.
What made you think that? I mean, if they knew they were only going to be there for 2 weeks, what makes you think that they would make an escape and get beaten or anything like that? You know, it's like 2 weeks, man. $15 a day.
Because you're told this is your job as a prisoner to do this.
Try to escape.
Yes, survive, and then not to mention you have now. See, it's the same thing that happened on this whole MobTube shit. Is you have teams, you divide people into 2 separate opposing sides.
That's what it is.
That's what it really is. And you give, and unfortunately, you have one side that has the power. So when you divide people, you instantly create animosity and volatility. But when you give one group the power over the other, and you already have divided them, and that is just fucking. Oof, it's just human nature, unfortunately. Like people like abuse power, and when they feel like they have complete control over fucking, you know, what someone does, says, you know, when they eat, shit, sleep. Dude, there's cops and prison guards that have that power trip like crazy.
Well, then they're not psychologically right for the job. You know, I mean, I think you should be. I
Dude, wait,
can understand being
Aaron,
stern, and I can understand, you know, because all these cons are doing
well,
99% of the time is trying to figure out a way around you seeing them do what they
yeah, but
need and what
we're talking about the experiment. Now we're talking real life. So like, you know, you might not even know one of these cops is you know, like this until, you know, he asks you for something unreasonable or makes an unreasonable request, or, you know, you catch him on the wrong day or you say the wrong thing. You know, like I said, people, you don't know, you know, how people really are until you disagree with them, or, you know, don't, like, look at how fucking people are on here. If you don't do what I tell you to do and say what I tell you to say about this person or that person, I'm going to do this and that. It's like, yo, what the fuck? I don't know. You know, it's like, if you don't feel this way about this person, or, you know, if you fuck with this person at all or say hi to this person, I can't fuck with you here or there. You know, it's like, oh, okay, cool. I don't know. So
I don't know. I think there's just entirely too much division in everything. I mean, we're used to a certain amount of that. Just in the world in general, you know, people have their opinions, they're entitled. They take sides, they're entitled. People like different teams, you know, sports teams, or people hate certain ethnicities, or, you know, that have been at war with each other for forever. And it's like, my goodness, here we are in the 21st century.
well, you have small-minded people who can't grasp of the concept of, you know, all right, this person may not see the things that I see or see the things the way I see them. You know, it's, they have every right to have their own opinion and shit. I don't agree with it, but it doesn't mean I have to fucking hate them. Like, you know, unless there's some kind of fucking
agree to disagree.
yeah, exactly. Unless there's some kind of fucking direct um attack, or, you know, direct uh effect that this person is doing, is having on you or whatever, or, you know, then dude, what the fuck? Why? You know what I mean? It's like, and then I'm not even gonna get on here because half the time people get mad at other people for ideas or views that aren't even theirs. It's like, what do you mean you don't agree with this person? But
Oh, I totally hear what you're saying, and it seems like that is kind of a national attitude anymore. And it's like that shit's got to stop. You know, we should be more civilized than that.
well, that's what I mean. Is I think I think Donald Trump did nothing but inflame those those he I think he what he did was try to divide and conquer, and try to create animosity, because hey, if you guys are fighting with each other, then you're not fucking getting mad at me, you know. Or but I feel like he preyed on that shit, and I don't, you know, I think, you know, listen, you know how much shit you can accomplish if people worked together, or, you know, worked in some kind of unison, or, you know, didn't work to against
When
one
he
another.
was president.
And I mean, I'm not even, I'm talking about anywhere, anything like on here if people work together, fucking, and not against one another. Fucking, that's how shit fucking blows up. Doing a job, when you're in sync or like, all right, so you're moving. So, instead of you moving yourself and it taking, I don't know, 3 days and fucking, probably breaking a bunch of stuff and not being able to move some shit, you could fucking, work together with somebody and one or two people and get it done in an hour or two. You know what I mean? Or I'm just giving like, or any kind of job. You know what I mean? When you work together and you can work,
That is what it's all about.
when you can complement each other, you know, like, hey, maybe this person is good at this and this person is a little not so good at that, but he's good at this, or or well, if I'm doing this and that opens this up for you to do this and that makes it twice as efficient. You know what I mean? It's, I don't know. That
Well, yeah, you can get twice as much done efficiently.
I mean, but
everybody works together.
Forget twice as much done. It's like, when you're working against one another, fucking, you're not only preventing yourself from being productive and achieving fucking something other than
No, you're too worried about somebody
right.
else.
You're too concerned about that to do something better, and then that shit just fucking takes over, man. And think about it, it's a crab in a bucket mentality. Like, instead of somebody seeing somebody and being like, oh wow, man, they're doing good, that's fucking great, all the best to them. I hope they continue
I
to
always
succeed.
think when I see somebody doing good, it's like, hey, more power to you.
Right, unless they're trying to do it in a fucking shady or unless they're trying to misrepresent themselves, and what I
was
mean.
just going to say, if they're doing it off the backs of others,
or misrepresenting themselves, like at but like I said, man, hey, somebody's doing great. Hey, somebody's got this many fucking this, or somebody made this much. Oh, dude, that's fucking spectacular. But instead, fucking a bunch of people just get fucking a bunch of animosity and shit, and fucking deep-seated fucking jealousy and fucking, oh, that should be me. That should be me. It's like, why can't you just be happy for fucking somebody else and then, figure out fucking what you can do to do that?
not everybody is, not everybody has the same kind of competitive drive. And I can understand being competitive, but I can't understand, it's like, okay, he's doing great. You know what? I'd like to do great too.
Right. But you know what?
That's the
You
attitude.
doing great has nothing to do or, with them doing great. You know what I mean? Like, you could both be doing great. It doesn't have to be one person doing shitty. Like I have to be doing great and that guy's got to be doing shitty. Like, hey, if that dude's doing good, why the fuck? What can I do to be doing good? Like, all right, so listen, it's like, somebody, put this to me very fucking. I love the way this was said, man. Shout out to Ant. He goes, someone sees somebody in the street or somebody out there and they're making money. They're doing well, right? Now, you got a couple different kind of people. You got the kind of people that, are going to sit there and get jealous and say, I deserve that. He doesn't deserve that. What, that should be me. And then, you've got the kind of people that say, all right, how's he making money? What can I do? Is there something I can do with this person or like this person to make money? What can I take from them that they're doing successfully and apply it to myself?
Well, watching somebody and learning, that makes a lot more sense than hating them because they're doing well. It's like, hey, let me see what he's doing. And
Well, let me see if I can figure out fucking what he's doing to make money, or let me see if I can fucking make money with this person instead of fucking, trying to fuck them over, talk behind their back, and fucking be a jealous, fucking vindictive fucking snake.
a lot of a lot of business, especially in the sales business. I would think that happens to a lot of people. A lot of underhanded shit goes down. I'm sure it's in offices, it's the same thing. It's like, can't
anywhere you have a large amount of people, it seriously, people's jobs, like when you have groups of people working together, there are, that's the other thing is, just like, some people don't work, some people this, that, and you're gonna what's the word I'm looking for? Not you're gonna damn it. Not navigate, fucking, you're gonna shit. What's the word I'm to? Wow. Trickle no. Like basically you're gonna find the people that you're like, and there's gonna be people that are gossips or that constantly throw people under the bus. Now, some of them do it publicly, and then some of them do it like, but I've seen it in like every instance of like an office, a shop, a place where there's 10 or more people. You're gonna get gossip, and there's gonna be people that feel like they deserve this or they deserve that, or they're better suited for this or that, so and they'll do whatever they can, including stepping on the backs of others to get where they want to go, justly or not. Look at Fish, bro. This guy's making a couple extra dollars for deliveries and shit off books. What does Fish do? He takes fucking pictures and gives it to the gossip guy he knows is going to go rat him out. It's like, what the fuck? Because Fish isn't getting that money. He's got to fuck somebody else out of their extra money and their job. Those are the kind of...
I've never heard anything. I think that's insane.
Yo, all right. So you remember I told you I used to work as that store security when I was like 18, 19? Anyway, so when I quit, the weird racist older guy, like the 30-something-year-old creepy dude that didn't get the full-time position or the manager over like an 18-year-old kid, he was mad racist. But there were two specialists, right, in the area, like in the tri-state area. Okay, now they're higher than a manager. Yeah, they're higher than a manager, right? So one of them was this douchey fucking wannabe frat kid, and then the other one was this Puerto Rican dude who was in the National Guard and was actually really fucking cool. So I hear fucking a couple years later, I stop and I see somebody. I'm like, oh, hey, what's up? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just running, like, what happened to this, that? And they're like, oh, man, you didn't hear? Fucking I forgot this guy's name. What the fuck was it? I don't know. We'll call him fucking Bob. Yo, did you hear Bob fucking? Yeah, Bob got that dude Jorge fired or whatever. I'm like, for what? He's like, yo, he's like, all right, so like we had to travel from store to store, so we would get paid for time. And like, you know, sometimes like this dude would tell us, like, oh, you know, we've been here, you can take off fucking 10 minutes early, you know, or 15 minutes early here, there, whatever. He literally sat there and recorded this dude secretly, right? And fucking got him fired from a job. This guy had like 3 kids, fucking was a cool ass dude, fucking, and wasn't even like doing anything really wrong. He was just basically, so this guy basically timed all these times that he was like, see, he said he clocked out at 8 o'clock and it's 7:52. And like basically got this dude fired for fucking time fucking whatever. It was nuts when I heard that shit. But that's the other thing. Tony, we're getting mad echo. But yeah, that was the other thing with that
Mad
job.
echo?
Yeah, it was. But that was the other thing with that job. Like, yo, they were creepy as fuck. That got me so paranoid. Like, because these guys would spy on you. Like, I found fucking like a pinhole camera in the ceiling. Fucking, they would just come by randomly. Like, you know what I mean? They constant. And it's like, if you're that fucking paranoid, dude, fucking good on you, man. But no. But yeah, that was just fucking. It was fun when it first started, but not after fucking they switched shit around. Wasn't worth it.
Well, again,
Plus,
usually jobs are plentiful. I mean, you could have worked I'm sure you could have worked in a number of places.
yeah, but I
mean, of course you were going to school.
I didn't need money. Like I was still of the mindset like I don't need a job because I have enough money. I mean, you know, I don't know. It was a bad, like I said, it was bad fucking. It took me forever to get out of that mindset. Forever.
Well, I understand the mindset and I understand how it happens, and you can understand, definitely can understand why it happens. It's just, to me, it would not be worth the risk. That's all. And that's the difference between people like you or people, you know, no offense.
Risk
I don't
versus
mean
reward. Risk versus reward.
You know what I mean?
And it's
I
like,
have an ulcer.
You know,
I could never handle the stress of it.
I was talking to somebody else, dude, and you know, they were like, "No, I'm so happy I'm out of the life." You know, I missed this part, but you know, I don't miss the fucking constant paranoia of getting caught. You know.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I do shit. No, I do. You know, it's like.
I mean, do you just bury that, or do you? Is it just
yes
like,
and no? You got. I mean,
I'll deal with
you're
it if it
aware
happens.
of
I'll be cautious.
You're aware of like I'll tell you what. I think a lot of people aren't aware of the laws they're breaking and the penalties they could face for breaking those laws. Like, you know, somebody will be like, "Oh yeah, I'll do this or do that," and they don't realize, like, yo, they could really fuck you for doing that if they want. But it's, I guess, you know, you try not to fucking. I don't know. When I did shit, I tried not to do anything with fucking anybody I didn't know or any fucking stupid like.
Oh, right. You were as cautious as possible.
I swear to God, that's the thing. Is like, I did more shit with maybe myself and one or two people. I wish I had more of a fucking if I had like 3 or 4 people that I could count on 100% and fucking, you know, or I know could be capable of certain things, then it would be a lot different. But I never had, like, you know, I had friends I know could handle this or do that or this, but there were only like maybe 2 people I could that I knew I could count on 100 fucking% for fucking anything.
Well, that goes for just about anything in life, with the exception of,
Yeah, but
and
when shit is
you know, if
when
things
shit
go
happens,
wrong.
like when shit happens and like, you know, when things go wrong in that situation, you know, like they go wrong. Like either you're getting arrested for, you know, decades or worse.
And then I knew guys who have been selling pot for 30 years, never got caught. Never got caught.
No, that's the thing is like, you know,
But they lived like normal people.
well, right.
You know what I mean? They weren't, nobody was living high on the hog or anything like that.
Yeah,
Somebody had a job.
now that's the worst thing you want to fucking do is fucking uh show people fucking, you know, you're dealing with that you're fucking balling out and shit, because that just creates jealousy and fucking uh you know, like I said, it's I don't know, like I don't miss it. I don't like I like but I still look at fucking life as like a gray, like it's not black and white.
Oh, I realize that, Lefty. And there are business people who do the exact same thing. They just either have, good legal tax thing right up. You know what I'm getting at. They either have good people who help them in that department, or I don't know. It's like, I just freaking pay my taxes. That's just how it's always been. You deduct what you can. You don't lie about shit. What's the point? Especially over $200 or something like that. It would be ridiculous. And
Yeah. No, see, like I don't know. A lot of people think, all right, so let me get some misconceptions out of the way. So, all right, so let's say you're selling street pharmaceuticals, right? Unless you're uh, the minority of the group, that money comes and goes, comes and goes, comes and goes. You're using that money to re up, spend, and live and shit. Now, because that money's coming in, you're living comfortably. But unfortunately, unless you fucking have the hindsight or did some, fucked up before, you're not stashing money away as much as you should be. You know, you're maybe living a little too high on the hog, as opposed to like, hey, what if something goes wrong? You know, I could have a hundred.
I know people who do that with regular jobs.
I do. I know. I wish fucking my parents instilled saving into me. But
Hey, C.
what's up, C? Yeah, well as can be, you know, just fucking hanging out with Tony.
He's explaining the criminal life to me. I'm just saying, usually when people are, like I said, I know people who've been doing it for, yeah, and they're cautious, and they're only with people that they, you know, they trust, that they have had a good relationship with, and You know, he's, you know, it's not like going down into the ghetto in Philly to pick up your stash.
Yeah.
You know, in a bad neighborhood. It's
Well, that's the thing is, you know, I mean, unless you're, if you're buying any kind of fucking weight, yeah, the city's the way to go for price wise, as opposed to anywhere else. Because, like, all right, so let's say, shit, I'm trying to think of like regular prices of shit because, you know,
no, prices vary.
yeah, but what I'm trying to think of is like what someone might pay if they rolled up, you know, to let's say Hartford, you know, as opposed to like somewhere else, like a smaller town like Bristol. Like I'm trying to think of like I'm trying to give you an example, like a gram of Coke. Or like an 8 ball. I don't fucking know, damn it. Because I know my price, but you know, that would be like somebody, a friend, and it would be a lot more than one. All right, so let's say cheaply, like 50 for a gram in Hartford, they go, and then you know they go to a town like a smaller town like a Bristol or you know one of those towns like you know a regular you know town, not like a big city type thing. So that would go for 80. Or like, all right, so let's say like an ounce of Coke. Like you might buy it in Hartford for fucking 1200 and then sell it for, you know, a half ounce for 1200 in a smaller town.
Okay.
So, you know, but if you're buying stuff from somebody that isn't just some random schmo that you've met on the street because you were driving around a city looking for shit, because believe me, I've seen people do it. Like if you have like a legit connect, you can meet fucking, they'll meet you fucking, and they'll prefer to probably meet you where there's not surveillance and fucking, you know, gang enforcement and DEA task forces and shit. Because, you know, in the city, like, yo, they have these things, like, dude, my boy is probably the luckiest motherfucker I've ever met in my life with these people. They're called the Jump Out Boys. And what they are they're cops. And they're fucking, they're in a like any kind of car. They've confiscated cars, right? But they're detectives. They got the vests, the regular clothes, and the badge around the neck. And what they do is they try to fucking like in certain areas, like you know, they have surveillance and cameras on roofs and shit. And what they'll do is they'll see and they'll, let's say they want to fucking pull somebody over because they have a hunch that this person, you know, might have a decent amount of work on them, or they, you know, seen something suspect happen, right? What they'll do is they'll try to block you, like pull up, block you, or they'll fucking, like you'll be at a stop sign and they'll fucking pull up, hop out, and just rip you out of the fucking car. Yo. Yep. But dude, I don't know how, but you know, my boy has gotten away from them like 4 separate times. Because I'll see him like fucking, and then he'll have like a different car and fucking be like, yeah, that was at the body shop. But I ask him, I'm like, yo, what's up, yo? Why'd you even run if you didn't have anything on you? He's like, nah, fuck them, fucking blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, but yeah, like those guys, fucking what you call it? Like, yo, the bigger the city, the bigger the investigations and shit. But now here's the flip side: is you get caught selling shit in a small town, right? And you're going to their court system, they're a lot more apt to fucking punish you harsher than in the city. Like, my boy got caught with like 60 grams of coke in the car and just got a fucking slap on the wrist, like a drug education class. If he would have gotten caught with that in a smaller town, forget about it. So I don't know. There's so many fucking different things, and drugs are just dirty. Like, there's other ways to make money, but just not as quickly and as much. That shit's really soul sucking. For real, dude? What the fuck? Hold on.
So I'm seeing this blue dot that's shining where my husband's it's a chalk, but it's in a cone shape, and it's mounted with wood on the wall, and there's a sometimes they'll stick the chalk up there, and I guess one side of it has a shiny. I never noticed it before, but I just like that. Now, why is that shining? And it's just my light. It's just reflecting off my light in here in the dining room.
Oh, okay.
But now I know what it is. But it's a pretty blue light, so I think I'll let it there.
Cool. What, are you talking about the pool table chalk?
Well, yeah, the pool table chalk is on the wall, and a piece of the chalk is behind it, and it's wrapped in a shiny patterned
Yeah. The
paper or whatever, aluminum, whatever the hell they use, and it's catching the light from, I'm about, I don't know, 15 feet away from it or whatever, and it's shining off that. It looks pretty cool. But anyhow, yes, I don't know a lot about. I don't really know about the drug business. The most I ever knew was
I would be
was
concerned
pot
if you did,
dealers.
Tony.
Pot dealers, that's about it. And you didn't deal with anybody who was of any value. You were dealing with their distributor. You were dealing with somebody that you knew. And I mean, people that you'd known for a long time, or
Oh yeah,
in
like,
a
dude, my
small town,
dad.
people know people. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then like my dad's fucking weed dealer until fucking he realized I had it. Um, a guy literally has been doing it forever. This old Jamaican dude with dreads, fucking, he would just drive around and fucking, he'd sell, like, the mids. It'd be good mids, but, like, even when, like, the good stuff was around, he'd still be selling that. And the old timers loved that shit apparently. But I see, that's the thing that doesn't make sense, because he called me the other week actually, and he's like, oh yeah, dude, he's like, I'm free. He's like, I'm I used to have to be somewhere every 5 minutes, and he's like now he's like, I'm fucking relaxed, I'm retired. I was like, well, what do you mean? And he goes, all my people go to the dispensaries now. And I'm like,
Yeah.
really? And I'm like, but see, Tony, like, that boggles my mind. Is like, how are you going to go to the dispensary and spend like $60 on something when you could get it for a third of the price?
Oh, I hear you.
And it's like, I don't know. Like that shit. It's like why I can't like fathom why someone would want to pay more than like way high. I don't know, but hey,
Well, to try to, some people
I,
like
I
to
do
try,
understand.
different
I do under.
things.
Well, yeah, no, like listen, I happen to know somebody who has quite a variety of stuff, but what I'm saying is like, I think I do understand the appeal of it to some people because I do know for a fact that some people who, until it became legal, didn't smoke. Like they're that straight edged. Like, oh, it's legal now, then I'll do it. It's like,
Oh, well,
okay.
yeah, I guess there actually are people. They never
There
stopped
really
anybody
are.
I knew.
There really are. Like that is why they smoke now, is because they can legally buy it.
I mean, and not that I'm glad I lived to see it, even though here in Pennsylvania it is just medical as of the moment. And I don't know if you can even grow. I think you can grow 2 plants per family, maybe it's something ridiculous like that. So, will it change? I hope so, because all the states around us are recreational, and
Should
I
run
just
for
don't think
governor.
that. What's that?
Said you should run for governor.
Yeah. We do have somebody who, is all for legalization, this, that, and the other thing, and we'll see what. I can't even think of his freaking name right this minute, but he's
One dead,
he
20 shot
he
in Kansas City.
he's all for it.
Yeah.
But people have to vote on it, and that's how it is. And I think they wanted to see how the other states were doing that did allow it, if their crime rate went up or down,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. I mean, and unless you're freaking moving, hundreds of pounds of that, it's like they should have if you want to buy it that way, you should be allowed to buy it that way, and the growers should get a permit. And yes, I know nobody wants to pay taxes, but I just wonder, it'd be like, okay, this is, no, you can't do that. I realize that there's so many rules and regulations and the whole 9 yards. There'll always be black market. I'm pretty sure that will always be. And I mean, is this stuff as good as the stuff in the dispensaries? I'll tell you what, the stuff in the dispensaries, it's good.
Tony?
You
Yeah,
pay for it, but it's good.
dispensaries are good, but yo, Tony, look at this stuff.
It ain't, is it good enough to pay
Yeah.
what you're paying?
Okay, so would you rather have some stuff like this?
Mm-hmm.
Or even,
That's beautiful, yeah.
all right, this isn't fully cured yet.
Oh, both are very pretty.
Yeah? Well, wait
Gorgeous.
till I blow your freaking mind with this shit.
Oh my goodness. Okay, no wait. I thought at first it was totally blue.
It's white.
It's white. Wow. Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was beige or grayish. Oh, that's wild. Now I can see it. Yeah, white. I don't think I've ever had anything that was, I know I haven't.
That's diamond infused stuff. Is the good stuff.
No, I never heard of it. I mean, seriously, I didn't know anything like that existed.
Oh yeah. So that stuff I could get cheaper for an ounce of that stuff, the white stuff, than probably the cheapest ounce at the dispensary. Like the cheapest garbageous ass ounce in there. They sell, like, listen, Tony, they sell moon rocks at the dispensary for $58 for 1.5 grams. I was getting ounces of moon rocks for like $200 singles for like my head. I was like, I can't fathom spending fucking $60 on a gram and a half. Sorry, you know, my shit's askew, but it's nice to have friends, you know.
Oh, sure. And again, there's always been that here. I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't know if it's as prevalent as it once was. Like anything else, I think other drugs have taken its place in certain ways, if you got my drift. I don't know, you know. Can you still make a living doing it? That's if you know what you're doing. And if your stuff is always, you know, because that's, you know, well, of course you can get stuff from the dispensary that's like, it's not, you know, won't get that again.
Yeah.
But you're only buying as, you know.
See, that's the thing is the dispensary, like in Connecticut, they drive me nuts because you cannot see the bud, you can't smell the bud, and half the time they're showing you a fucking picture of it when it's like pre-cured. So you're like, oh shit, and then you get it and you're like, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? And on top of that, like like can't stand it. And then the prices, like it's like I don't know, like paying 60 an eighth to me is like just mind blowing. So I don't know.
I hear you. I hear you. You know, now I know they do run like sales, I guess. I don't know if they're just getting rid of
Yeah, but
stuff that
they're
didn't
trying to
sell
get
too
rid of
well.
shit, or like they have like the shake, or like the stuff, like the stuff they have sales for, like that stuff like people would just give away. Like here's the bottom of the bag. Like, look, like honestly, I would give this to somebody for like nothing. It's like the bottom of the bottom of the shake-ish. What up,
Oh,
James?
yeah. And I mean there are one who will say to you, you know, and it's like
Some people prefer
it's
shake.
usually half the price of buds.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
The shake.
if you got an asshole, they'll fucking mix it in with, you know, they'll sparse it in with the whole thing, so fucking everyone gets some shake. But you know, you can't do that. You know, you're only as good as the product you fucking present.
Oh, well, it was a lot different years ago. You were just lucky to go. You didn't even, well, usually you had a name with it.
See,
And
everyone's so anal about the names, and I could really care less. Like, but I have to fucking pay attention to that shit, the name shit, because it's a fucking important factor now.
well,
But
sure, because when people got, it'd be like, oh, hey, when you get this again, let me know.
yeah, but back in the day, I swear to God, people were just making names up. Like, yeah, this is monkey fruit
Oh,
basket.
hey, I don't doubt that either. I mean, if you had to look up, and you can do that, you can look up certain strains and
Yeah, you
see
can
if
look
it,
up my boy. When we were playing pool, we were talking about that. He had, I guess there's like some national seed bank database for like all different kinds, unless they're like, you know, brand specific, like that Lumpy's, like that peanut butter, whatever the hell it was, peanut butter, whatever. That's like a strain unique to them. You know, I was actually talking to somebody today, right before I came on, about like a cut. So you like, let's say, I mean, I can get great cuts of different stuff, but like if I wanted like a brand specific shit, like a specific cookie strain cut, or like that Lumpy's peanut butter shit, that shit can go fucking $10,000 for fucking. It's crazy. But they know that, if you do get it, because it's proprietary, that, so it's not it's not ideal for the smoker and shit.
Not if it's that expensive. I mean, that's
Well, no, it's based. Well, that would be somebody that would be buying that to grow in a commercial amount. It wouldn't be for somebody that, oh, I want this strain for my head stash. I'm going to grow a couple plants in my backyard. It would be like, all right, I want this strain so that I can sell this shit fucking and grow fucking 50 pounds of this shit and off it.
And, I mean, and I know they have to be careful about, like what they legalize and if it causes this, that, or the other thing. And, you're always going to get tainted something or other, or I guess you can always get, I should say, something tainted.
Well,
But
that's why you have
usually
to
you
know
just
your
end up with
supplier.
shitty pot. If it was like, oh, well, that,
Yeah.
but
But see,
nothing happened to you.
that's the thing, though, is if you now with other things and this and that. Now, if you deal with a reliable person, you know what you're getting. Those are the people you deal with, not the people that are going to tell you this is one thing and then you find out it's another, or you say it'd be like someone in the weed game saying, "Yeah, I got some fucking dank ass fucking indoors, right?" And they give you some fucking gnarly ass outdoors with seeds. And you're like, this isn't what you said it was. It's the same thing with like, if you're paying or you're when you ask for a certain thing or this is what is presented. If it's not that, then you don't deal with those people because those aren't people that you would want, your word, really carries a lot,
Oh, I hear you. Well, see, back in our day, you'd smoke together, and then you decided if you wanted it or not.
See.
That's how small time, the guy might have had 10 or 12 of them in a backpack or what the hell ever. He'd make his way through town. He knew the stops, he knew his regular, it'd be, yeah, you want to try this?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that was that. That's how it was. That's how they did it. I mean, you weren't, but I mean, you can't try something in a dispensary before you buy it.
I'd look at you crazy if fucking someone was like, "Yo, let me try it before I buy it." I'm like, no, like like when I guess like I don't know that it's a little different nowadays because like what do you want? Indica, sativa, fucking hybrid. It's
Oh
what are you
yeah,
looking
we
for?
didn't know about that kind of stuff. You just
Right,
had to
right, exactly. Plus,
and
like,
either you had a good reaction to it or not. Hey, K-Mac.
yo, you never trust. I'd listen. After hearing a bunch of shit and whatnot, yo, if you're buying shit out of bodegas or fucking in the ghetto and shit, yeah, you have a chance of fucking some shit being laced. But like, let's say someone who was grabbing stuff, most of the time they have a reliable source where it's not there. It would be bad for business. That shit is almost on like an individual basis, or like that. Those would be like the grimy people. They're constantly trying to grind something out all the time.
I think you should just be allowed to grow enough for your own use per family. I mean, that makes sense to me. Make the investment and grow your own. You know exactly what's in it. Yes, you have to learn to do it. And yes, it may take a couple of times before you get it right. And of course, you'd have to have some kind of interest in doing it.
Yeah.
You know, because people say, no, I let that to people who know what they're doing. I don't know anything about that stuff.
No, but you can
It's
learn
not,
and you
you know,
become
but you
fucking.
can, right,
If
but you
you're
can learn, you
interested
can
and
watch
passionate about
videos.
something, you know. But
If you're interested, right.
see, here's the thing, Tony, is how these different states and shit decriminalized or legalized, small amounts of drugs or whatever. That's and the towns have gone or cities have gone to complete and utter shit, and it's fucking like 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 a third world country. The only way fucking it would work is they legalize the drugs and they make the drugs free. When they take away the financial incentive, that's when fucking you would notice, like in other countries, the amount of addicts going down, the amount of crime going down. It's the financial motivation that keeps the.
Oh, let me get this straight. They're giving out the drugs for free. Now, does that mean that these people have to attend programs, drug programs?
From what I understand, it's like almost like here with a methadone program. Like they go in the morning, they give them a place to use or do drugs, and they give them the drugs, and then they end up, I guess, becoming or being most of them productive members of society. The crime rate has gone down, and the new addicts, like basically people becoming addicts, the numbers have also decreased. Show, right?
You
Dude,
only get so much at one time.
yeah. I have no idea. Like I'm just saying, like if you take away the financial incentive or the financial, part of that, that's what's gonna, takes away the criminal element and the organizations and shit. And they'd have to move on to something else. But that's what, like, Portland and all these other places that have neglected to realize, is that's, and I've listened to like a lot of people, who have studied this shit, and that's that also makes the most sense. And I mean, there's been proven, examples of that. Hold on a sec.
If they find that it works, but that, people who say, what, I'm supporting their drug habits with my tax money.
Well, I'll tell you what. Would you rather pay another $20, $30 a year, or have fucking, look at Kensington and Philly or Portland, or would you rather,
Well, I was just
be
gonna
less
say, they don't
crime?
arrest people in Kensington anymore unless you
No,
stab somebody or shoot
right, but that's
somebody.
what I
But
mean.
they don't do anything about the drugs,
Well, that's what
from
I
my
mean.
understanding.
That's what I mean, Tony. Is you have fucking chaos and fucking, just tons of fucking crime and just the people are really like, I guess in Kensington and shit, and their people are like, their fingers and fucking limbs are falling off and shit, which is fucking, and they're still fucking doing that shit, is what is fucking insane.
You ever see them videos online?
I
like I'm talking like
no
forearm rotted to the bone.
Yo, bro, I seen one dude. This is like the shit that fucking, it blew my fucking mind. This guy is literally got the hospital turned him away, right? And literally he held up his fucking hands. Held up his hands, dude. He's missing like a finger or two, and the rest of his fingers, you can see the bone, and they're just like rotted, like they're about to fall off, all of them. And I'm like, oh, yo.
And what does that?
Uh,
And
do not, what were they fucking, it's something called xylazine or something like that. Like, I guess it's like they were mixing it in with fucking different drugs, and I guess if you inject that shit, fucking, it has fucking those kind of a necrosis and fucking you know, whatever the fuck. And these guys kept doing that. I can't, and now see something like that, like, yo, I have to think like that is not a good business plan or fucking a
how about
financial
it?
smart move for a drug organization to do. So I'm thinking fucking, yo, maybe the powers that be decided, hey, let's get rid of all these assholes doing it like this. Fucking nuts. I wouldn't be surprised. I cannot.
I mean, because like you said, that's bad for business.
That's what I mean. That it boggled my mind. They, like, Tony, these guys, like organizations like that, have killed fucking people for pressing perks and them you know, being too powerful and killing people because that's bad for their business. Because that gets heat on the fucking, you know. But dude, it's just mind blowing. And then like, yo, but yeah, it sucks too, man. Like, it just, I don't know, man. Yikes. That just shows
all I
you.
know is I'm glad I never got into anything like that, because I was, like I said, I had too many responsibilities. You know what I mean? I couldn't be doing shit like that. I was glad to be able to smoke my weed at night when the kids were in bed.
Shit, at least fucking a, a good third of those people that are fucking addicted to drugs out there, you know, started and were probably you know, fed drugs by their doctors.
I don't know. That's a lot of. I know that's how
I
it
do know.
starts for a lot of them.
I do know, like, and
Hey,
especially
Trevor.
with the whole. If you've never seen, there's someone told me there's a good mini series with what the hell's his name? Damn it, Multiplicity guy, Batman, the first Batman. What was his name? Michael Keaton. And I think it's a town in Pennsylvania or Virginia or something. It's like a coal mining town, and he's a doctor there, and it's all about like the opiate epidemic and how you know, the Sackler family fucking were pushing how it's not addictive, and, you know, basically got a bunch of these people addicted and killed, overdosed, or, you know, just ruined their lives. And fucking, you know, a lot of these doctors, and I guess from what I understand, he even got addicted to them and lost his fucking you know, medical license and shit. It's just like, it'll give you it'll give you a real perspective on, like, you know, what the you know, Sackler family and the government should let happen with these pill mills and shit. Like, Tony, we used to send people down. We used to fly fucking people down by the dozen to go to Florida and literally walk into one of those pain clinics, and as long as you had the money, they would give you a fake MRI and fucking prescribe you, and then most of the times give you the pills right in that fucking clinic. It was a cash fucking it literally became legal drug dealing is what it was. Like, bad.
And then what? When people started dying is when they started looking into and investigating what was going on.
No,
unless it was pre-planned.
no, they fucking they ignored that shit for as long as they could humanly do that until fucking people started exposing them and shit because they the Oxycontin specific pill that the Sackler family and Purdue did. They literally would tell people it is a non-addictive painkiller. Now, what they did was they went to the opium fields where they get their stuff for the opiates to make, and they literally genetically enhanced and created a more addictive form to have in the Oxycontin. So they're telling people it's non-addictive, and in all actuality, it's way more. It's
I'm
genetically.
funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Sorry, it's genetically enhanced to be more
They
addictive.
have to do drug tests. They have to do drug testing with this stuff.
Yeah.
They always do that kind of that. You think they would? How did they? Why did they think it wasn't addictive?
Because it was released over a 12-hour period. They didn't think. No, Tony, you're misinterpreting. They didn't think it was non-addictive. They told people it was non-addictive. But they developed a more addictive form of that drug to put in the drug. But instead of telling people, it's a regular pain med, they're telling and advertise the drug as a non-addictive form of an opiate pain medication.
Which wasn't the case.
No, there's no fucking.
Just like safe and effective.
Because we know
safe
pain
and
pills are
effective.
addictive. I mean, even I know pain pills are addictive.
Yeah.
Much less something prescribed that's stronger.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I was on my fucking legitimate pain meds and stuff, and I never ever I stayed away from the Oxycontin, those things for ever, and then fucking I would do one every once in a while, and I would notice, dude, never any other pills, but those pills, if I would do one, I would have a strong desire to do another one. And that shit, that's the only pill fucking ever to have that effect like that. To where you want to do more, mentally, in your head, you're yeah, let's do more. Let's party more. And it was weird. Oof. I don't know if fucking other people noticed that shit, but I noticed because there was a for the high level pain market, it was the Roxy, Oxycodone 15, 20, and 30s. And then they had the Oxy ones. And that's what really caused the epidemic. I didn't pain pills have been around forever. And people have been, partying here and there with them. But it wasn't until, Oxycontin came out and fucking. Because I remember that shit fucking. I think it came out in 99. Or some shit, and fucking.
I think that's about the time I heard about it.
And that's the first time fucking because in high school, someone would maybe take a Vicodin or fucking a Percocet from their mom or whatever. But I remember this chick was yeah, I babysit, and fucking they have these Oxycontin 10 milligrams, right? And fucking that's when the first wave you seen of fucking people just get fucking crazy addicted and shit like that. And then there was another wave in 08, 09. And then 2015 is the last one where they to where they don't even give pain pills to people that should get them. Some, But yeah, dude, it's
Well, they changed the formula too.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, dude, when yeah, that's so they changed the formula halfway through with the Oxycontin because they were getting such bad press and
And the
no.
yeah, they made those non-sniffable too.
Okay, I don't know. Fucking okay, sure. All right. I guess. Well, anyways, they basically restructured these high tolerance or high milligram time release pills to where people couldn't crush them anymore or get rid of the time release. Because what they would do is like it would be a release over 12 hours, but if they removed the coating or whatever the fuck, then it would be an immediate release. So instead of 80 milligrams getting released over 12 hours, it would be 80 milligrams released instantly. So they made it like they changed the formula on the Oxy ones around like I forgot when, but fucking they eh, I don't know. It makes no sense. It's like let's get half the country addicted to meds and fucking then rip them away. I don't know. Like there's so much money in like the rehab places
Well,
and
they force you to have surgery because you can't be addicted to pills. It's like you have to take your chances with surgery and hope for the best. For a lot of people when it comes to chronic pain.
well, a lot of times the chronic pain is fucking there is no surgery. Like my buddy's mom, I forgot what like issues she has, but like she's got an actually my aunt too, who's got like multiple sclerosis, like a form of that, and she's got a little fucking thing that they put inside her that releases meds or some shit that but there are people that unfortunately can't be fixed that have to deal with the meds. But like I said, like when I was going to pain management and shit, like I tried not to take as much as like they prescribed, and they would get on my ass. They'd be like your levels weren't fucking what they were supposed to be. Fucking I'm like, why?
Well,
I
what
didn't
about, did they want you to have it in your system?
oh yeah,
But
if I didn't have it
timed?
in my system, I'd be fucked. And
That's what I'm saying. In other words, it's a medication that you keep in your system, and if you take it the way you're supposed to, it should help with the pain, and you should still be able to function.
right, Tony, but what I'm saying is the amount of pain meds they were prescribing me at one point was an ungodly amount. Like I wasn't taking, I
I
was.
don't. Yeah, I don't understand. I
But what I'm trying to say
never
is
heard of
like
that.
I don't like. So what I'm saying is like, all right. So let's say they say take 4 a day, right? And let's say I don't need 4 a day for a few days. I only need 1 or 2, and I can get by without. They will say, well, why didn't you have this level for fucking, these 2 days? Like I didn't need it. Well, but then the main thing that really disgusted me about them is they don't care about it's all about the dollar. They don't take health insurance, like any health insurance. Like it's all pay in cash, $150 to $200
Oh,
per visit per month. Like
okay.
and like I
Say
remember,
no more.
yeah, and it's every one of them. I was like, because I was switching health insurance. I'm like, well, what health insurance do you take? Well, and they couldn't tell me we don't take any health insurance. So I ran down the list, and I'm like, so basically, you don't take health insurance because you can charge what a psychologist I know did this. Basically, what it is if you're going there as an insurance under insurance, right? He may charge $100 to the insurance company, and the insurance company will try to bicker back and forth to try to get it down to a lower amount, right? So let's say it's like 75. Okay. If he charges the person, he can charge that person $100, $125 every time, and they have to pay. It's just the insurance company. That's why it's fucked up. But so one time, my ATM card, fucking my debit card, uh, it got shut off or some like there was some kind of issue where like it like wasn't working. And I'm like, yo, I go to the doctor's appointment. I'm like, boop, it's not working. And I'm like, all right, well, can you just bill me? I've been coming here for like 3 years, dude. It was like the biggest deal in the world for like $150. They're like, oh, you're gonna have to come back in 2 weeks. I'm like, you do realize like the amount of meds you have me on, I can't go 2 weeks without these meds. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You know what I mean? It's like they're trying to like, dude, it's like a legal drug dealer. I swear to God, these people were like legal drug dealers. Like they even had like the same fucking mentality and shit. Like push more shit, push more shit.
So they weren't going to give you a 2-week pass, or 2 weeks to get the money up, or
No, I didn't even need 2 weeks. I was just like, bill me. I don't know what the fuck's going on my debit card. I just came, like, it was literally like I didn't know what the fuck happened right then. And fucking they were like, oh, well, you're gonna have to come back in 2 weeks. And like they timed that shit to where you run out of your meds like a day after your appointment. So, and with those meds, you can't go 2 weeks without meds at all.
That's weird. I don't.
Like, dude, they literally would try to fucking.
In other words, because you did not have cash payment or using a debit card.
Correct, because I gave them $150 for the appointment that day. By because my card wasn't working. Not that I came there and I was like, hey, I don't have the money. I was like, I don't know what's wrong with my card. I was like, I can go to the bank. They're like, nope, your time would be up. And there are other people. You have to come back in 2 weeks. And I'm like, you can't just bill me this one time, or I can't just fucking pay you fucking when I come in next time. And they're like, dude, I was like, I raised hell. I was like, dude, and that's when fucking I started to try to get away from that shit. Because that shit.
I never heard of anything like that. I'll be honest.
Oh, dude, like
I never heard of anything like that. And not around here anyhow. If there is, I don't know about it. I'm not a doctor person. So
Pennsylvania was definitely with the pills. But you guys like meth.
There's meth and heroin, I guess, and fentanyl. Or I don't know if the fentanyl is what's put into something else, like you said, a pressed pill or a.
That seems
I don't know about any of that shit.
That's the cartel pulled a psychological move with that. People are less apt to do dope or shit like that, but they're way more likely to take a pill that they think is a prescription pill. It's just a mental thing. So, but that shit's like playing Russian roulette, because it's not a fucking a regulated amount per pill. Like people have died by taking one pill, and it's just crazy,
No, I would never.
Take right? Like, why ever take that risk?
Street med. Oh God, no. I don't get it. I have no idea what that shit is, and if I don't know what it. Like I said, here you can only get pain pills for so long, and then they push surgery. And if you don't, or pain management or pain bio feedback, is it?
What it is, Tony, is like a primary care physician can only give you a few prescriptions of pain meds, because it's monitored and they only have a certain amount of leniency per practice. If you have to be, they changed the laws really. So basically, if you have to be on, pain medication with some kind of regularity, like, every month or every other month or so on and so forth, you have to go to pain management.
Yeah, pain management. That's what I.
Yeah. And fucking that's I think I don't know, dude. I haven't been to pain management in fucking years. But, when I left, this shit was still fucked up. Like, yo, my first fucking pain management person actually testified because she was taking bribes from a fucking pharmaceutical company to push a certain kind. So,
Yeah.
like I said, man, it was just a
And
fucking
I've heard of that too.
yeah. So,
Where they literally, like you said, they will push something, and then get a vacation in the Bahamas, or I don't know. Again, all that stuff baffles me.
it would have been
I
like,
hope
like
I
what,
hope I never need. I hope I never need that kind of stuff. And if I do, I hope I can get it. And if I can't, then I'd put an end to myself, because I could not be in pain like that and not have some relief from it. I mean, that
yeah.
would be hell. Hello, K-Mac. I don't know if he's
Hi, Tony. How are you?
sorry, honey. We were talking and I saw you come up and then you
No,
didn't
I've
say
been enjoying
anything.
the cover. I'm
So I
just
didn't know if
listening.
you were
I'm just
busy.
listening. I'm just listening. It's good.
Shit.
No, or just, I don't judge people who, have chronic pain from whatever. I know people who've had it, and I know people who, they didn't last too long
Mm.
because it just became too much for them. I don't know if they purposely took too much or just,
Listen,
the but
constant,
they were legitimately in pain. This was not
yeah.
just somebody getting high.
No, I mean, constant pain like that just doesn't stop. I tell you what, man, that shit really fucks with your head. It really fucks with your head. Especially like think about everyday tasks like waking up in the morning, just getting out of bed, simple, like functioning, like walking to your bed to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like getting
When my
dressed.
sciatica acts up, I know what that feels like. It's
Oof.
like, oh, fuck.
Thank God that shit doesn't act up on
It
me too much.
hurts.
Yeah, that shit does hurt. But, it's fucking
But for most people, it's temporary. They picked up something too heavy. At least that's what mine
exactly.
is.
Exactly.
Or move something too heavy, or hey, you can even twist the wrong way, or you can be doing a stretching exercise and overdo it.
Yeah, there's sore muscles or pulled muscles and
Right. That's normal. But if you're, if it's chronic from an accident, that's a whole different ball game.
yeah, dude, I never thought I'd be fucking
Or just
where
from a deterioration of somebody's
You don't.
discs.
You guys don't have euthanasia legalized over there, right? Or you
no,
do?
no.
Yeah.
Wait, I think there's actually some states maybe that might.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think so, maybe. Hold on. I gotta mute this because can't say those words on this.
I'm not even sure if we have. It may be in the most extreme circumstances that we have that law brought in. Only recently though, but even I'm just guessing at the same time.
Physician-assisted suicide, or medical aid in dying, is legal in 11 jurisdictions: California, Colorado, District of Columbia, Hawaii, Montana, Maine, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington.
There you go.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit, apparently.
Yep.
Oof. Yeesh.
Yep. It's a very modern day concept where you can make that happen, right?
But I think you should have the right to do that if you're in, if you are terminal, if there is no hope for you, if you are living in total misery, and you say enough is enough.
Yep.
I think you should be allowed to do that.
Yep.
Because if
I
not,
agree.
they're just, they're just going to pump you with I mean, by this stage of the game, somebody is hospice material.
Yep. Or they just find another route themselves, and it's like, it doesn't have to be that way. There's a more humane and like dignified way to do it if you want to do it. Um, you know.
Well, I think I think it should be there if you want to. I think
Yeah.
it should be doctor assisted.
Yep.
Let's change the subject, please.
Any
Yeah, I
shark
guess if you go
attacks?
to another
Shark attacks
state,
today,
you
Lefty?
can
Or
have it done. I don't know how that rolls. Don't know enough about it.
What?
I know there was a time when you had to be in whatever state offered it. You had to be there at least 6 months,
okay.
before they would do it. And then, of course, you would be seeing psychiatrists as well as doctors.
Yep. Has to be
And,
signed off. Signed
to
off
make
on.
sure that you're not
Yeah.
trying to kill Aunt Betty. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can't, you can't do shit like that.
You
And
can't.
that's why to be able to do those things, you better be cognitive. Because if you're not, you have just screwed yourself goodbye.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I got a doctor on call, right, K-Mac?
Dr. Green.
Dr.
He's
Green.
ready to go. He's ready to go, man. Whenever you want.
Oh, man.
Dr. Green is the bearer of bad news.
You hear that, Mob Tube? Dr. Green's here for your assisted journey to the afterlife.
That's it. Did you ever, going off topic, a movie, Dr. Giggles?
No.
Like a
What's Dr.
fucking
Giggles?
D-grade movie.
Oh,
It's a
God.
D-grade horror.
Oh,
I
gee.
reckon you'd love it, bro. My uncle, he was a fucking, I don't know, he was a nut. And he always found this like warped out shit, these movies and
Yo,
whatever.
you know who's good at that? April.
Dr. Giggles, Google it or find it. Trust me. It's D grade, but it's like what do they call them, underground cult classic sort of? Dr. Giggles, I'm telling you.
Looking it up right now.
Check it out.
Did you say Dr. Doolittle?
Nope, Dr. Giggles. Oh my God.
Dr.
Okay, I've seen the fucking the cover of this, so I might have seen this. Oh God.
It's from like 20, like 30 years ago or some shit.
All right, hold on. We are so watching the fucking trailer for Dr. Giggles in a second. Let me get that shit up. Trailer for Dr. Giggles. There's a remake.
No.
Hold on. Alternate versions of Dr. Giggles. Are you ready for this shit, King Mac?
What year though?
Hold on. The German VHS version was cut
No.
to secure the.
It was an American film.
Still found its way to the notorious index. Hold on one sec.
If you're thinking,
No. Damn it. Okay. Keep going. All right. So let's see from 94 and November 2017, Dr. Giggles was officially released on DVD and Blu-ray, featuring the same cut version as previously unreleased. Oh. No new Dr. Giggles. Dr. Giggles trailer.
The old one is what you want, the original.
Yeah, no, there's only one.
Oh, good, yeah.
I don't remember Dr. Giggles. I'm gonna write that
Why
down.
did even? Why did
You're
I
about
even bring it up? I don't even know why I brought that up.
I don't know.
What was the segue on that? I don't know.
Dr. Green.
Dr. Green. Dr. Green. Yeah.
Dr. Giggles. Hold on one sec before I do this, just in case.
No, you do what you got to do, man.
Oh, I know. I'm just taking the one of these streams off, so just in case.
I was gonna tell Tony why you're doing that. That whole medical prescription